The events take their origin in the lottery center. As soon as the guy entered the building through the door, the employees immediately recognized him and congratulated Mr. Fan again on his big lottery win. The guy won 10 million and the employee handed him the check, but the look on the guy's face scared him. As it turned out, this was the fourth time the guy had won the top prize in the lottery. The lottery center employee asked the guy not to wear such a scary mask anymore when he comes to collect his prize, because the guy scares people. Fan apologized to the employee and then said that it's all because of the process of accumulating luck. He notices that if he is unlucky, other people will become unlucky too. Thanks to the mask, the guy could feel safe. After picking up his check, the guy left the lottery center. After walking a little bit away from the lottery center, the guy took off his mask, which was scaring the others. The guy's name is Fan Xiao, and thanks to his ability, he can accumulate his luck. If he can accumulate a lot of luck, he might get lucky 100% of the time if he can harness all the luck at once. Because of his ability, he was able to win the lottery 4 times and gain financial freedom. In order to win the last lottery, he had to accumulate luck for a month. The price of winning was constant encounters with pickpockets, thieves, human traffickers, and car accidents throughout the month. Accumulating luck for an entire month resulted in a huge amount of bad luck. He wondered what would happen if he accumulated luck for 2 months. 2 months later, the guy was jogging in the park, exercising his body. Just at that moment, someone incredibly hungry was already watching him from the bushes. The man could no longer contain his hunger and tried to pounce on Fan Xiao to eat him. The guy immediately realized that it was one of the evolved in front of him. Lately, he had guessed that a setback was about to befall him, but he didn't realize that it would be this big. However, the guy was prepared for the failure to catch him off guard, so he pulled out a pepper spray and sprayed the attacking man in the face with it. Even the hungry man could not resist the pepper spray. His eyes immediately glazed over and he fell to the ground screaming in pain. Fan Xiao then took out the rope he had and tied the man up. He then immediately called the emergency line, reporting the attack. In the evening at the police station, the officer was making a report on Fan Xiao. The officer had seen the guy so often recently that he asked the guy how many times he had already been to the police station. As a law-abiding citizen, Fan Xiao confessed that so far he had managed to neutralize 47 criminals and write 112 reports. The officer was already even amused at the fact that the guy was having a lot of bad luck. He was sorry that with his talent for catching criminals, the guy never became a policeman. Then the officer still asked what kind of criminal the guy had caught this time. Fan Xiao immediately recalled the articles he had come across on the internet. The articles talked about how a girl went crazy and attacked an 80-year-old man. There was also an article about mass attacks on people and other articles. Fan Xiao admitted to the officer that the man who attacked him was very similar to the evolved that were talked about on the internet. The officer just exhaled tiredly and asked the guy not to talk nonsense, because evolved didn't exist, and everything written on the internet was just rumors. Fan Xiao decided not to continue the topic and agreed with the officer's opinion. However, in his mind, Fan Xiao understood the officer's opinion, and he wouldn't have believed in evolved either if he wasn't one of them. Returning home from the police station, the guy noticed that after accumulating luck for 2 months, he was attacked by evolved. If it wasn't for his vast experience, he could have easily gotten hit by a car. More than a month ago, several people had mutations in their bodies. Their food intake increased greatly, and their physical fitness increased dramatically. At the same time, they developed a strong desire to hunt all kinds of animals. People with such mutations became known as evolved. A husky dog happily ran up to the guy. However, in an instant, the dog was incredibly frightened by the guy's gaze. After all, at this moment, Fan Xiao felt that Uncle Li's husky dog was incredibly appetizing. He was incredibly hungry as he looked at the dog. However, he brushed aside the instinct that had arisen and tried his best to contain his hunger. Sitting at home on the couch behind his laptop, the guy recounted the problems of his current life. After becoming evolved, no matter how much regular food he ate, he could never completely get rid of the feeling of hunger that arose deep in his heart. He always felt like hunting living creatures. Opening his browser, he tried to search for information about evolved, but it turned out that all information related to evolved had been deleted. Kaneki Ken was well aware that perhaps indulging his appetite would soon lead to having to hunt humans. He didn't want to become a monster that would devour people. Holding the luck that he had managed to accumulate in 2 months, he was counting on that very luck to help him find a solution to the problem. As soon as he squeezed his luck in his hand in an attempt to use it, then suddenly all that luck formed an unfamiliar vortex to him. In the same instant, it was as if a system window appeared in front of him, on which he saw that the so-called system had detected evolved. The system congratulated the guy for being selected as a beta player for the game Evolution, which was developed by Ninth Dimension Corporation. The game was aimed at promoting the evolution of humanity, and the corporation was eager to see the guy's success on this path. The process of determining the path of evolution then began. The system picked the 3 most suitable playable classes for the guy, from which he had to choose only one. The 3 classes to choose from were Star of Bad Luck, Dark Knight, and Assassin. The system noted that the class determines the development of a guy's talent, so the game class had to be chosen wisely. Luck favored the guy and the decision found itself. The Star of Bad Luck class didn't appeal to him as it led to failure. The Dark Knight class looked too ridiculous for him. Not finding any other options, the guy decided to choose the Assassin class. The system immediately congratulated the guy on getting the Assassin game class. As a beta player, the guy had a chance to develop his talent, so the system asked the guy if he wanted to do it now. The system noted that although the talent was an extension of the class, from the lowest E rank to the highest A rank, there were hundreds of amazing ones that couldn't be counted. The system asked the player not to worry about getting the same talent as another player. In addition, the system asked the player to remember that luck was also part of a guy's strength. Fan Xiao rejoiced that luck was also part of his strength because he had just been saving up his luck for 2 months. The guy folded his hands in prayer while waiting for the talent given to him, hoping that he would get the best talent. Finally, the system informed him that he had received an A-rank talent. Angel of Slaughter, incomplete. The system decided to tell Fan Xiao that humans had both 7 virtues and 7 deadly sins. Since spiritual life is born out of negative emotions, Angel of Slaughter uses the 7 original sins as weapons to bury his enemies in a vortex of destruction. Right now, the Angel of Slaughter had 3 original sins awakened: lust, pride, and sloth. Lust. Angel of Slaughter takes shape based on a guy's lust. Angel of Slaughter's resilience is tied to the mental power of the guy. Even if Angel of Slaughter is destroyed, it can be rebuilt with the help of the guy's mental energy. Pride. The arrogance of the guy will give Angel of Slaughter the ability to remain invisible and immune. Sloth. Angel of Slaughter is too sloth to walk, as he prefers to fly or teleport. Currently, Angel of Slaughter can only move a maximum of 10 meters away from a guy. The summoning time is 30 seconds and the cooldown is 24 hours. After reading the talent description, Fan Xiao decided that he should consider the talent he received as a summoning talent. With negative emotions, he could summon Angel of Slaughter, who possessed the 7 original sins. Unfortunately, only 3 original sins were available to him right now, so he could use Angel of Slaughter as an invisible bodyguard that could teleport. His eyes twinkled with the upcoming benefits. After all, he had been accumulating his luck for 2 months, which meant he should become quite powerful. The system also informed that Fan Xiao, as a beta player, must participate in a qualifying dungeon and pass the game dungeon evaluation before he could become an official player. The system didn't give him much time to think, as it immediately started counting down from 10 seconds to 0. Before he could realize anything, he changed his nickname from Fan Xiao to Seal, which opened the selection section. At the same moment, he was teleported away. Soon, he appeared in a place that was unfamiliar to him. Weibei City had once been a thriving city, but a mutation had destroyed it and turned it into an abandoned lost city. As a result of the events that took place in the unruly city, a lot of monsters have settled in, always ready to organize a bloody feast to welcome tourists who came from far away. The sanctuary is the only place where the player can take shelter for the night. From 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., the monsters sleep, so the system asks players not to make any noise, as it is very dangerous to wake them up. In addition, the dungeon boss refuses to let the tourists go. The dungeon task was to find the space-time door, G080110A1, then enter this door to complete the official player registration. Sitting on the ground, the guy tried to understand the situation he was in. He immediately noticed that the bag of self-defense tools had not been sent to the dungeon with him. Based on the information he received, he decided that the game was doing this for balance, as some of the players might show up with a rocket launcher, making the others unable to play. Looking around, he noticed a man in a suit and a guy talking nearby. The man noted that they seemed to be able to get the clues to the game. Fan Xiao categorized them as executive and college student at a glance. Executive reported that his player panel showed that he was participating in a dungeon selection. His assignment was to find the space-time door. He asked the college student if they had everything coming together on the assignment. The happy guy confirmed the executive's assumption. Looking in the other direction, Fan Xiao found 3 more beta players. Fan Xiao described them as a hooded guy, a middle-aged man, and a frail woman. The woman was clearly not dressed for going to the dungeon. She refused to believe that everything was real and thought that everything around her was just a dream. Also in the dungeon were high school students, 2 sisters. The younger sister did not understand what they should do now. The older sister tried to calm her down with the fact that she was next to her. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man was not wasting time and had already approached the frail woman and asked her not to worry because he would protect her. The woman was very frightened and asked the man not to approach her. Because of her fear, she backed up and fell down. The man immediately started drooling, looking at the girl. However, at that moment, the hooded guy intervened, asking the man to focus on the dungeon task at hand. The man started making excuses that he was mistaken for the wrong person, he just wanted to help the woman. He even asked the hooded guy to stay out of his business and not to touch him. The older sister noticed that there was a time clue in the bottom right corner of the game panel, and it was now 7:38 a.m., so they could leave the shelter. The hooded guy was wary, reminding the others that monsters didn't hibernate until 7 hours and 30 minutes in the morning, so he thought the best option would be to wait until 8 hours and only then go outside. The fragile girl was quite scared, asking him not to go out until 9 a.m. because it would be safer then. Fan Xiao, who was standing to the side before, approached them, suggesting that it was better not to waste time at all. He pointed out that there was no time limit specified in the task, which meant that there was probably something behind it. He reminded the others that they were in an abandoned lost city, so the opportunities to get food were incredibly low. Without supplies, their energy would start to gradually decrease. In addition, finding the space-time door might require a large amount of work. Therefore, Fan Xiao felt that their time was limited. The frail woman noticed that the guy's words made sense. She now realized that the difficulty of the game had increased significantly. The executive quickly agreed with Fan Xiao's opinion. He too felt that he shouldn't ignore the problem of food shortage and rather hurry up and start acting. Looking at one of the sisters, Fan Xiao noticed that there must be something special about the doll in the girl's hands. Since the doll had also been transported to the dungeon, it was even possible that the doll was an object. Looking at the backs of the people who had gotten into the dungeon with him, he couldn't put aside the thought that there might be evolved eating people among the 7 people. The hooded guy and the executive, who hid their distinctive features, were the ones who aroused Fan Xiao's greatest suspicion. When they came out of the hideout, they discovered a giant city with high-rise buildings. There were skulls and bones lying on the pavement all over the city. The executive frustratedly remarked that the area of the city was not small. Even if they used a systematic search, it would take a huge amount of time to search. A college student pointed out that Weibei is similar in style to cities on Earth, so there must be a train station in the city, and perhaps the space-time door they need to find is there. So the college student suggested that they go to the train station first and try their luck there. The executive was surprised that the college student believed in his theory so strongly, even though they didn't even know where the train station was in this city. Only now did the college student realize that there were flaws in his plan. Executive immediately paid attention to Fan Xiao after he voiced his opinion in the shelter. He immediately noticed that Fan Xiao's thinking was advanced and that his opinion could not be ignored. He approached Fan Xiao and inquired about the guy's name. After learning that the guy's name was Fan Jiangqiang, he asked him where they should go next. Fan Xiao had already thought it over, deciding that they needed a map first. Maps were usually located in the subway. The map at the entrance of the subway often had a part of the neighborhood on it. The hooded guy noticed that the map of each subway entrance and exit covered a very small area, and it would be too difficult to map the entire city piece by piece. However, Fan Xiao had an answer to this complaint as well, because they don't necessarily need to map the city piece by piece, because they just need to know how to get to certain places. The executive agreed to this plan since they had no other options. The college student was enthusiastic and immediately decided to go there. A middle-aged man approached the high school girls and asked them to follow him as he would protect them, but the older sister had nothing but contempt for the man and told him to move away from them. Half an hour later, they managed to find the entrance to the subway. Looking inside without going down into the subway, they noticed that it was incredibly dark. Besides, they didn't encounter any monsters outside, so perhaps they were hiding downstairs. Fan Xiao took out matches and lit one. Executive didn't understand where the guy found everything he needed. Fan Xiao only noticed that he had picked up everything while they were walking. Suddenly, a torch appeared in the guy's hand, which he lit. However, in the same second, the executive told the guy not to go downstairs yet. The executive heard from the breath emitted from the subway that there were 4 monsters downstairs. The college student was all ablaze with enthusiasm, noting that executive must have the talent of sharp hearing. Executive didn't realize what talent the college student was telling him about. The college student was surprised that the executive didn't know about the talents because he thought that every beta player was given talents to develop. Executive was surprised that everyone else had talents. Fan Xiao, who wasn't paying attention to the talent talk, asked what kind of animals Executive was hunting. Executive didn't deny and admitted that, like everyone else knew, Evolved had a strong desire for hunting. He had put up with it for 2 weeks and was literally at his limit, so he bought a dog. Taking off his hat, the executive admitted that after the so-called hunt, he gained the hearing and sense of smell of a dog. He even grew dog ears on his head. The college student was thrilled to see Executive's dog ears. He was also happy that he was lucky because he couldn't tolerate more than 4 days, but on the 4th day he became a beta player and his hunger was greatly reduced. The college student was too positive. He even decided that the hunger problem would disappear as soon as he became a player. Fan Xiao approached the executive to inquire about what it was like for him to eat a dog. The executive couldn't understand why Fan Xiao was asking him that. Fan Xiao decided to press the man, walked closer to him, and asked him if he had accidentally tasted human meat while trying to satisfy his appetite. The executive recoiled, frightened from him. He couldn't find words after what he had heard. He didn't understand how the guy could even come up with such a wild thought. Fan Xiao decided that the man was not lying to him, unless he was a great actor who could easily mislead him. The guy decided to put it down to a joke, but he also pointed out that humans were also animals, so perhaps there were cannibals among the evolved. The college student admitted that the guy scared him, because he thought there was actually a cannibal among them. The hooded guy asked the others to stop fooling around because they had to move on and go down to the subway. The frail woman was afraid to go to the subway because there were monsters there. Fan Xiao remarks that they should continue as there was not much point in them looking for another place. After exploring the surface for so long, they didn't notice any monsters, but 4 monsters appeared in the subway at once. If monsters made a habit of avoiding the sun and hibernating in the shadows, then the number of monsters in the subway should have been significant. Executive was in agreement with Fan Xiao, thinking that they would have to go down to the subway after all. However, the woman was too scared, so her legs wouldn't obey her and she fell down. She was afraid to go down to the subway. The middle-aged man also didn't understand why they should go where the monsters were. The hooded guy asked them to keep their voices down. He suggested they try to enter the other entrance leading to the subway. The college student thought it was a brilliant idea because maybe the other entrance didn't have monsters. However, Fan Xiao decided not to listen to them, starting his descent into the subway. He assumed that if he encountered danger in the subway, he would try out his A-rank talent in battle. After he started to descend into the subway, sisters and executive caught up with him. They decided to go along with him. Elder sister wanted to personally confirm the existence of the map. Fan Xiao was fine with this decision, even praising the girl. He informed the others that he had a good memory, so once they found the map, he would memorize the map and give it to them. The younger sister was startled when she saw the monster in front of them. Because of her screaming, the others also looked at the monster. However, as indicated, the monster was sleeping, so they tried not to make much noise so as not to wake up the monster. After finding the monster, they tried to go around it by huddling against the edge of the wall. Just at this moment, Fan Xiao noticed something. He informed the others that there was no need for them to go deeper into the subway since he had already found the map. Standing beside the map, Fan Xiao began to look at it. He was surprised that the map showed the entirety of Weibei City. Soon they left the subway, going up to the surface. The girl asked if the guy had really memorized the map after looking at it for about a minute. The guy admitted that he actually had an unconscious memory. After returning from the subway, he began to redraw the map of the city he had seen on the subway. The girl was shocked because she herself didn't remember much. But what the guy drew was exactly the same as what she had memorized. Just at that moment, the others returned to the subway station. The college student was once that everyone else was fine. However, the older sister wasn't willing to leave things like that. She stated that everyone needed to work together, helping each other, for the sake of completing the dungeon's task. The others had retreated as soon as they encountered danger, so she felt that the others had no place on the team. The middle-aged man was outraged. He stated that he didn't go down to the subway because he felt it was dangerous, so he thought that was a sufficient excuse. The girl, on the other hand, did not have enough excuses for the man, so she thought that since the man did not go down to the subway, he did not need a map of the city. The middle-aged man thought that he had gained the support of the others, so he thought that the others also disagreed like her. However, the hooded guy stepped forward and apologized that he had done wrong earlier, and even promised to fully cooperate in solving their common problem. The frail woman also apologized for being so scared that she couldn't go with the others. The college student also apologized for his cowardice as he had not encountered something like this before, but he promised to fully cooperate in the future. The older sister inquired if the middle-aged man had anything to say. In the end, he accepted defeat and apologized, although deep down he harbored a grudge and was going to straighten out the girl in the future. Fan Xiao finished drawing the map and told the others to stop making a fuss, because it wasn't even clear yet if they would be able to get out of the city alive. He had 2 maps, so he suggested splitting into groups. The college student was scared when he heard that they had to split up, because in horror movies, when people split up, they were bound to die. Fan Xiao didn't pay attention to his words. He said that there were 3 subway stations in Weibei, so it was pointless for everyone to go to each one together, and it would be more efficient to split into 3 groups. The college student didn't understand how they should split up. The sisters decided to go look around the East Station. The middle-aged man also noticed that he was interested in the East Station. The girl, on the other hand, told him to go elsewhere. The man was thrilled because he was going where he wanted to go, and the girl wasn't deciding anything. Things quickly escalated into an argument. The executive did not stand by and asked what the man was up to. The man stated that he just wanted to go to the station he wanted to go to. However, his plans were not destined to come true, as Fan Xiao stated that in that case, he would also go to the east with them. The man was even a bit startled as he tried to understand what the guy wanted to do with such a move. Fan Xiao stated that their group didn't need the map since he had memorized everything, so the other 2 teams would each take a map. Since the guy went with the girls and the man, executive figured there shouldn't be a problem on that team. The executive noted that since he and the hooded guy were the most senior, they should each lead the remaining squads. The hooded guy was going to head north. A frail woman decided to join the hooded guy. With executive also decided to go a college student, he wanted to show himself from the best side in the search work. The man does not worry at all about the fact that all his rotten gut is visible to everyone else, and it is literally written on his forehead what he is up to. Which teams will be able to come back as a full team? Which team will have someone eaten? The 2 sisters, Fan Xiao and the middle-aged man, headed out to inspect the eastern station. Looking at the girls' backs, the middle-aged man was extremely dissatisfied with the situation. He had even already started to imagine his perverted fantasies of the girls apologizing to him soon. He was ecstatic, fantasizing about it, because he was going to do such a thing in reality. He wanted the girls, who had previously behaved so brazenly in front of him, to become submissive to him afterward. Fan Xiao suddenly approached him and snapped him out of his fantasy. He put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked what the man was thinking about. Fan Xiao immediately noticed that both sisters must be very attractive and seductive. The man was even afraid that it was as if Fan Xiao had read his mind. so he pretended not to understand what Fan Xiao was saying. The guy is not that stupid, so he immediately told the man not to pretend. Fan Xiao noticed that the girls were so young, and the man probably wants to eat them. Seeing Fan Xiao's behavior, the man got excited that the guy was also eating people. In the end, Fan Xiao happily admitted that he had to pretend when surrounded by people, but now no one would be able to ambush him. He even said that with his uncontrollable appetite, he could not take it anymore. Naturally, everything he said was a lie. The man was glad to meet someone as evolved as himself. He admitted that if he hadn't held back, he would have pounced on the girls long ago. The mere thought of it made him angry. He didn't understand why his appetite hadn't waned after becoming a beta player, unlike those who weren't like him and Guy. The man was angry that others had talents, and those like him had nothing of the sort. Even the hard-earned talents of animals were gone after he decided to eat the man. The only improvement after he decided to eat a human was an increase in size. He was even sad to think what would happen if that wasn't there as well. Fan Xiao was only keeping the conversation going. Because the man was so chatty, Fan Xiao was able to find out that evolved cannibals surpassed ordinary evolved in physical terms. Fan Xiao decided to ask the man how many animal powers he had acquired. He confessed that he had gained 5 abilities but lost all of them. The man was very surprised to hear about 5 abilities. He thought that the maximum he could get was 3. In the past, he had eaten a cat and a dog, and then he ate a pig. Because of that, the mutation happened too fast, so he almost lost his mind. So he started attacking people. That's why the man was so much surprised and couldn't even believe that the guy had eaten 5 kinds of animals. Suddenly, the older sister abruptly turned around to them and wondered what they were talking about. She was shocked that they ate humans, and the younger sister was scared because of what she heard. Fan Xiao didn't fight back, instead suggesting that the man take 1 girl each. He reported that he liked the older one, so he asked the man to keep her for him. The man immediately agreed, but asked that the guy take his time eating her. At the same moment, the man swelled up like the Hulk, turning into a mountain of muscle. Drool flowed from his mouth as he stated that he wanted to have fun with the girls first. The giant-sized man said that if the girls cooperated, they would be less likely to get hurt. The girl asked the others to think carefully, for if they pounced on them, they would not be able to explain themselves to the others when they return to the shelter. For then they will be surrounded and will not be able to get good results. The man hesitated, not knowing what to do after the girl's words. However, Fan Xiao asked the man not to think about it, because after they dealt with the girls, they would just blame it on the monsters. He even came up with a plan that they would tell the others that they had accidentally woken up a monster during their search and it had dragged them away. Fan Xiao reminded the others that they were all complete strangers to each other. Therefore, he didn't understand why the man suddenly thought that the others would attack them because of the 2 dead girls. The guy thought even the very thought of that was incredibly ridiculous. The man was delighted, thinking the guy was incredibly smart. The girl asked her younger sister Baiji to run and call someone for help while she held the others back. Fan Xiao was originally right that the doll in the girl's hands was definitely not simple. The girl immediately used the doll to attack the man. The man was even surprised and thought the girl was cheeky because she somehow thought that she could hold them off. He tried to attack the doll, but it turned out that the girl could control the doll and the doll dodged the man's blow. The doll then delivered a kick to the man's left eye, splitting his eyebrow. Baiji was too scared and did not quite know what to do. However, her sister told her to run again and bring someone to help her. After hitting the doll like that, the man became furious and tore the doll apart in a rage. He began to insult the girl, stating that she would still regret coming into the world. The girl did not at all expect her doll to be dealt with so easily, but at the same moment the man grabbed her by the throat with his hand. He lifted the girl above his head, telling the girl to watch him deal with them. However, at that moment, someone stabbed him in the back with a thin iron bar. The man only had time to turn around to see that he had been pierced by Fan Xiao's iron rod. At the same moment, the man fell to the pavement and died, and the girl also fell to the pavement. She tried to cough up after the man's grip. Her younger sister immediately ran over to her, worried for her. At the same moment, the game reported that player Seal had destroyed player King of the World. According to the game rules, a Seal player could inherit King of the World items. The game then began retrieving and inheriting items. Moments later, the game reported that the King of the World player had no items, so the inheritance failed. Fan Xiao disappointedly complained that the man didn't have any items. The girl was surprised that Fang Xiao appeared not to be an ally of the man, and that he seemed to be just pulling information out of the man. He even praised the girl that her thinking had changed rather quickly. She wondered when Fan Xiao had gotten suspicious about who the man really was. Baiji didn't understand why her sister started a conversation with such a topic. She thought that acting any other way would scare the cannibal away, and then there would be no way to sneak up on him unnoticed as the guy had done. Fan Xiao praised Baiji, reminding them that he did not know the number of players who were cannibals, so he had to act blindly. The guy admitted that he immediately realized that the cannibals wouldn't miss such a chance to start a fire. He even explained that before he exposed the man, the girls were also under suspicion. Baiji couldn't believe what she had just heard, and she felt sick just at the thought that someone could be a cannibal. After this conversation, the girl decided to formally introduce herself. Her name was Lu Xining, and her younger sister's name was Lu Baiji. The guy, however, introduced himself again as Fan Jiangqiang, which means standard of strength, so the girl, realizing that he didn't give his real name, decided that the guy might as well not give a name. Xining wondered if the guy had originally suggested splitting into teams because he wanted to create new opportunities for players who were cannibals to make a mistake. Fan Xiao only pointed out that if they hadn't split into teams, then the cannibals wouldn't have shown their fangs then. He felt that it would do no one any good to have a time bomb hidden in a team, because such an option was a common-sense defense against the bandits. Baiji was surprised to realize that the guy was implying that besides the man among the players, there might be other players who are cannibals. The first thing Fan Xiao wanted to do was to head in the direction of the hooded guy and the fragile woman. The girls were surprised that the guy called the other players by the signs, hooded guy and fragile woman. He admitted that he suspected that either or both of them might be cannibals. Xining immediately wondered which of them he suspected more. He only had a hunch, but he had yet to confirm everything. Soon they heard screams and then saw the fragile woman and the hooded guy running towards them. They were screaming and calling for help, because each one of them had been attacked by a cannibal. Fan Xiao was even glad that they had arrived in time. The hooded guy and the fragile woman pointed fingers at each other, claiming the other party was a cannibal. Fan Xiao thought that since they called each other cannibals, they should provide some evidence. The hooded guy immediately showed his right hand, reporting that the woman wanted to eat him and bit a piece of flesh off of him. The fragile woman responded by showing her right hand and reporting that the guy was actually a monster and that he had bitten her flesh off. Xining decided that in this situation, the monster bit his own hand the moment he saw them in order to wound himself. Baiji couldn't understand how one could tell the difference between a cannibal and an ordinary person. Fan Xiao thought that since there was a wound on both of them, they would have to rely on intuition. Xining agreed with him, wanting to listen to what the guy was saying. Baiji, on the other hand, felt that he and his sister were being too hasty in this choice. In the end, the guy decided to trust the fragile woman. The hooded guy asked him not to trust the woman because the woman is actually lying and is a monster. Fan Xiao asked the hooded guy to shut up because he can't tell the difference between which one is human. Therefore, he decided that the woman was incredibly beautiful, which meant the hooded guy was after her. The frail woman was happy that the guy believed her, and she even hugged him. Fan Xiao asked the fragile woman not to be afraid of anything because he was on her side. Her face even turned red, and she wanted to inform that she was not some kind of cannibal. However, she was not allowed to finish her words, as Xining pierced her from behind with an iron pipe, and Fan Xiao also pierced her left leg with an iron pipe. The fragile woman was furious that all this time the guy was playing with her. Lu Xining was even surprised that the guy trusted her so much, and after all, she might have just not understood his plan. However, Fan Xiao reminded her that they had already had the experience of fighting a man. So even if he didn't say anything, he was sure that the girl would understand the true purpose of his choice. Xining was tense as she realized that the guy in front of her was not only smart, but also incredibly brave. He didn't even give her any sign, as he believed that she would somehow understand his scheme and do as he wanted. After they had talked enough, Fan Xiao asked the monster to reveal its true form. The fragile woman was not fragile at all now. She had grown to an incredible size, and her entire body was made up of muscles. She threatened to torture everyone to death and then eat them. Fan Xiao immediately noticed that the woman looked much stronger than the man, so he assumed that the woman had eaten another evolved. So he almost instantly told the others to run away in the direction pointed. The woman wasn't about to let go so easily, attacking with her powerful body and trying to lift the asphalt the others were running on. Her efforts caused untold destruction in the city. Xining wondered to Fan Xiao if he had any plan or if they would have to hide somewhere. However, the guy told her not to worry because reinforcements would be arriving soon. Suddenly, Fan Xiao abruptly slowed down and stopped, smiling, for they had all come running to the right place. He stated that the woman had screamed so loudly over and over again that she had completely forgotten to muffle her voice. He even admired the woman's courage. The guy immediately asked the woman if this place looked familiar to her. She only yelled when she realized where she was going, but immediately the guy put his index finger to his mouth, indicating that she should be quieter. Her roar caused monsters to leap out of the subway station, pouncing on the woman and starting to bite her. The woman didn't stop and continued screaming. Now Xining understood why the guy had attacked the woman's leg. She realized that the guy wanted to deprive the woman of her mobility and that the monsters were part of his plan. Fan Xiao admitted that since they had started the battle, such a noise could easily disturb the monsters. And since the monsters were attacking everyone, from this information, the guy realized that the monsters would first attack those who were running slowly. Now all he had to do was wait, watching the fight to reveal the winner between the monsters and the woman. Eventually, he grew tired of waiting, deciding it was time to call it a day. He used his Angel of Slaughter talent. At the same moment, an angel that looked more like a demon appeared in front of him. She was happy that she had been summoned, immediately inquiring about what she had to do. There was no limit to her happiness when she saw the monsters and the monstrified woman. Fan Xiao was also happy to finally put his talent to the test. He ordered Angel of Slaughter to attack the woman. After receiving the order, Angel rushed out with a murderous aura towards the monstrified woman. With just a few swings, Angel instantly destroyed all the monsters that were attacking the woman. Before the monstrified woman could even realize anything, her body had already fallen apart. Xining, Baiji, and the hooded guy were incredibly dumbfounded, not fully understanding what had just happened. The two monsters managed to rush past Angel, and they tried to immediately pounce on the guy. However, at the same moment Angel appeared behind them. She did not want to let them go, because she wanted to play with her toys. In the end, she easily disposed of the pathetic monsters. At the same moment, the game reported that player Seal had destroyed player Little Fairy. According to the game rules, player Seal could inherit Little Fairy's items. The game then began retrieving and inheriting items. Moments later, the game reported that the Little Fairy player had no items, so the Seal player inherited nothing. The guy was disappointed that the second time around he didn't get anything. Angel, meanwhile, kept on being happy. Angel hugged the guy, stating that she still wanted to play. However, Fan Xiao immediately noticed that his physical strength hadn't changed, but spiritually he was very tired. So he realized that Angel of Slaughter was expending spiritual power. Therefore, without thinking for a single second, he told Angel of Slaughter to go back. The still surprised Xining approached the guy and was the first to ask the guy if it was his talent. Fan Xiao only sadly noted that he had awakened a rather cruel talent. He realized that the mental strength of those present was too weak, so they hadn't seen Angel of Slaughter, which was why they looked so shocked. Fan Xiao noticed that the wound on the hooded guy's arm had healed and immediately asked who had such a talent. Baiji confessed that she had a C-rank healing talent. If there are wounds, internal injuries, illnesses, poisoning, or viral diseases, she could heal anyone from all of these thanks to this talent. She could heal a mortal wound in just a few seconds. Fan Xiao immediately inquired if Xining's talent was controlling dolls. Xining didn't hide anything either, informing that she had the talent of an E-ranked puppeteer. She was unfortunate that the puppet she had brought with her to this dungeon had been destroyed, and now she didn't realize if she could find something similar in this city that could be used as a puppet. He wondered if the girl had brought any other items besides the doll. As it turned out, Xining was only able to bring the doll to this dungeon as the game recognized the doll as part of her body. After the talent questions were over, Xining asked the guy what they should do next and if they should continue looking for the station. However, contrary to the original plan, Fan Xiao decided that they needed to meet the others first. In addition, he calmly admitted that he already knew where the space-time door was. The guy in the hood never told me anything about himself, including his talents, if he has any. What if he is actually a cannibal that has never been revealed yet? Fan Xiao feels at home in this dungeon. In addition, while the girls got E-rank and C-rank talents, he got A-rank talent. Fan Xiao's fun adventure is just a matter of watching because wherever he goes, he has good luck. Soon, everyone was back at the original hideout. The student was surprised that the others were so bad at tactics that they had turned a game of exploration into a werewolf chase. He was surprised at the endurance of the others. The executive noted that the point was that there were cannibal players, which meant that this was not good news. Nevertheless, he was glad that this time it was all over thanks to the others, or else the team would have continued to have cannibal monsters lurking around, and ordinary players like them would have been killed. The college student couldn't wait to find out how the others' exploration of the city had progressed. He also wondered how they could find a way out without going to the station. Fan Xiao admitted that he had already gotten the answer on how they could get back. The executive didn't understand what the guy meant by the word return. He pointed at the corpses and newspapers lying nearby and asked the guy if it was related to this case. Lu Baiji even complained a bit that it took a lot of effort to drag the monsters' bodies in, but she still didn't understand what good it all did. Fan Xiao answered in the affirmative to the question voiced by the executive. He explained that all the newspapers were collected from the library and roadside newsstands. The newspapers were important as it was the last news output before the destruction of the city. The executive immediately understood everything, that one could infer from the newspapers what was happening in the city back then. Fan Xiao, on the other hand, asked the executive to take his time as they had both good and bad news right now. He inquired which of the news executive wanted everyone to hear. Without thinking long, the executive decided to find out the bad news first. Fan Xiao then asked them how they felt when they touched the monsters that were now in front of them. In response, he heard about a new kind of monster-sized creature in front of them. Although the monster's strength is greater than theirs, they shouldn't be much stronger. And as it turned out, with some probability, they are able to kill monsters. Monsters are extremely sensitive to sounds and like to sleep in places where there is no light. The hooded guy also pointed out that they should be prepared for such moments before going out to explore. Summarizing their entire speech, Fan Xiao stated that their analysis of the monsters was correct, but they had missed the most important point. Xining joined the conversation, thinking that the monster's physique was similar to a human's. Fan Xiu was slightly surprised that the girl instantly understood what he was getting at. He also pointed out that the monster's physique was similar to humans because they used to be human. The college student and executive were greatly surprised to hear that the monsters used to be human. Fan Xiao noticed that although the monster's appearance was different from humans, the monsters seemed too similar to evolved cannibals. And also the most important thing was that the monster's internal organs were exactly the same as humans. Now the hooded guy understood why Fan Xiao was involved in dissecting monsters. The energetic college student was surprised that humans had become monsters and even called it a biochemical crisis. Fan Xiao, however, corrected him, thinking that it would be more appropriate to call the process an evolutionary crisis. The executive was still trying to figure it out and confirm if he had gotten it right. What Fan Xiao wanted to tell him was that in this world, as well as their world, there were evolved cannibals who had subsequently evolved into similar monsters. Fan Xiao confirmed his fears. He assumed that the world they were currently in was parallel to their world. The collected papers confirmed his theory. Everyone picked up a newspaper to read what was in the news. One article said that in the face of the increasingly serious phenomenon of illegal hunting of stray cats and dogs, the Animal Protection Association had issued a statement of strong condemnation. The reporter did not know whether this was a distortion of human nature or a fall of morality. Another article reported that the mukbang industry had recently discovered a new round of insane internal growth with the appearance of ultra-gluttony stream. The third sensational article reported that a guy was able to lift a car with one hand. All the passers-by were shocked at what they saw. The reporter wondered if humans had already stepped into a new round of evolution. Even a college student reading the newspaper instantly realized that in the future, their world would also be because of cannibalistic evolutionists like the one they were in now. He was so stunned that he refused to believe it. Executive was shocked when he read the articles in the newspaper, realizing what a horrible future awaited their world. Baiji started crying, complaining that she hadn't even managed to find a handsome boyfriend yet. Fan Xiao saw everyone's downcast mood and asked them not to be so pessimistic. He reminded them that they had a question to ask after reading the newspaper. The doomsday denouement that the Weibei Customs newspaper was informing them of might not be so bad, but serve as a kind of warning to them. Xining slightly misunderstood the guy's words of warning, but he calmly smiled back at her. Fan Xiao tried to remind and explain to everyone present that the dungeon was being used as a selection dungeon to tell each player about the future of Evolved. The players selected through the selection process, that is them, could be the key to changing such a sad future. The general mood changed to an upbeat one in an instant. The executive realized what the guy was implying, that they would be the saviors of the future in their world. The college student cheerfully noted that Evolved was moving in the right direction. Xining couldn't hide her smile after noticing that Fan Xiao, with just a few words, was able to revive the fighting spirit in the others. She found him smug, but also quite attractive. Executive decided to inquire about the good news then. According to Fan Xiao, the good news was that he had already found, or rather located, the location of the space-time door. The executive and college student couldn't hide their surprise that Fan Xiao even knew the location of the door. Fan Xiao decided to play a game with them, asking them to try and guess where the door was on their own, given that he had provided them with all the information they needed. The college student admitted, after thinking for a bit, that he wasn't good at solving riddles. The executive noticed that clues for clearing the dungeon were usually hidden in the most dangerous places. And since the monsters were originally human, the most dangerous place should be the place with the most people in Weibei. He thought it could be a school, a large shopping mall, a landmark, a heavily populated area, and so on. The hooded guy added that monsters like to hide in dark places, so maybe the door is in a large underground parking lot of a shopping mall. He also didn't rule out that maybe the place they need is in the sewers. Baiji suggested that the door was in the zoo. Pointing a finger in the girl's direction, Fan Xiao reported that the girl's answer was the closest to the truth. The girl even blushed and hid behind her sister's back. Xining thought that there were only two places, and since it wasn't a zoo, then the place they needed was the oceanarium. After all, the most dangerous place is not where the most monsters are, but where the dungeon boss is. Plus, she reminded them that the game had given them a clue that the dungeon boss refused to let tourists go. Based on the game's clue, it could be understood that the boss would most likely block their exit so they couldn't leave. Therefore, she believed that if there was a place where the door was, it should be there. The college student still didn't understand why a zoo or oceanarium was assumed. The executive at this point seems to have figured it out. He noted that the answer to the college student's question was very simple. They were wrong in their assumptions. In fact, they should not have worried about where the most monsters were located, but should have thought about how humans became monsters. Monsters may have been evolved because they ate too many animals and over-mutated into the animal side, and when there was nothing left to eat, they started going crazy and became what they are now. Xining complimented the men's musings by saying that the most animals in the city are in a zoo or oceanarium. Therefore, based on such a logic chain, an extremely strong dungeon boss should have originated in the zoo or oceanarium. A joyful Fan Xiao agreed with their assumptions, believing that the right place for them was the oceanarium. He then took out a newspaper with an article in it, announcing that a large cannibal monster had been discovered in the city's oceanarium and that the area would be sealed off from now on. Residents of the city were asked to be vigilant. Fan Xiao pointed out that he was holding the latest Weibei city newspaper, which clearly stated that a large-scale evolutionary disaster had occurred in the city's oceanarium, which meant that the boss must have been born at that time. The college student was slightly puzzled that Fan Xiao had already found the right answer a long time ago and had just kept everyone in suspense the whole time. Fan Xiao, on the other hand, reminded the college student that their entire theory was only based on assumptions about the current clues, so they had to go to the oceanarium first to see if the boss was there. And if they couldn't find a door at the oceanarium, they would have to go to the zoo. Executive was already starting to mentally prepare himself, realizing that they were in for a tough battle with the dungeon boss. He only hoped that the dungeon boss wouldn't be too strong. Looking at Fan Xiao, the hooded guy was well aware that the boss would be abnormally strong, but it was unlikely to be stronger than the guy who was standing next to him. Fan Xiao immediately noticed the change in the hooded guy. He immediately noted that the hooded guy was somehow tense and was probably worried about the upcoming battle with the boss. The hooded guy admitted that this was the case, although the hooded guy was actually more worried that Fan Xiao would just start killing people like that. Fan Xiao informed the others that there was no need for them to worry about the boss battle. After all, according to his assumptions, they should not engage in a direct battle with the dungeon boss. A monster that had been hungry for a long time, if faced with food that could be eaten right now and food that required some effort to catch, would obviously choose the first option. Only now did Xining realize why the guy had asked them to bring the monsters' bodies to the hideout. Fan Xiao confirmed her speculation, wanting to give the boss the corpses of other monsters and not engage in a direct fight with the boss. Encouraged by the information the executive received, he wanted to immediately go to the oceanarium and get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. However, contrary to his claims, Fan Xiao crouched down on the floor. He thought that they should regain their strength first and then go to the oceanarium tomorrow. Executive didn't understand why do that. After all, it was only 1 p.m. now, and why wait until tomorrow? However, Fan Xiao was firm in his decision. He said that he was tired and wanted to rest. However, he didn't forbid the others to go, and he wasn't going to stop anyone, but he decided to go to the oceanarium tomorrow. He made this choice because he didn't want to risk messing with the dungeon boss until Angel of Slaughter's cooldown expired. Besides, he had some guesses about the boss. The girls also crouched down on the floor. Xining decided to agree with Guy and go to the oceanarium tomorrow. Baiji, in turn, wished to heed her sister's words. The college student and the hooded guy also decided to go to the oceanarium tomorrow. The hooded guy was well aware that he should grab tightly onto the thighs of the trio of Fan Xiao, Lu Xining, and Lu Baiji. The executive realized that he had no choice, so he also agreed to go to the oceanarium with everyone tomorrow. Meanwhile, at night, there was some frightening rumbling in the city. It was soon dawn in the city. The executive decided that they had already rested enough and that it was time for them to already move out to their destination. However, Fan Xiao wanted to wait a little longer. The executive didn't understand why they needed to wait any longer since it was already dawn. He asked if the guy was planning to stay in the shelter for another day. Besides, he was worried that the longer they waited, the faster their food would run out. Fan Xiao once again insisted that if the executive was in such a hurry, he could go ahead. The guy was well aware that Angel of Slaughter's talent hadn't completely rolled back yet, so he didn't want to put himself at risk unnecessarily. The executive was already getting angry and asked the others what they thought about it. The hooded guy continued to stick to his chosen strategy of staying close to Fan Xiao, so he announced that he agreed with Fan Jiangqiang's opinion. The college student recalled that they had already determined the location of the space-time door, so all they had to do was scout the surroundings. Therefore, he felt that there was no need for them to hurry. The executive was incredibly annoyed by the fact that the others chose to obediently follow the guy. Suddenly, Fan Xiao stood up from the floor to his full height. Xining instantly noticed this change and assumed that the guy's incredible talent had a full day's cooldown. Though a doubt crept into her head that the guy thought that there might be more cannibals among them. She couldn't understand the guy's exact intentions, so she thought he was devious. Fan Xiao stretched his arms and asked the executive not to get angry. He explained that he wasn't stalling on purpose. First, they needed to collect the corpses of the monsters and then move out to scout the area. After a while, the entire evolved group arrived at the oceanarium building, which looked like it was about to be demolished. Baiji couldn't understand what had happened to the local oceanarium since it was in such a state. A plush toy bear was carrying monsters at this time. Xining noted that she was lucky to find another doll, otherwise carrying monster corpses would have taken up a lot of time. However, Executive was still dissatisfied with the guy's mourning behavior. It seemed to him that things would have been a lot easier if someone hadn't insisted on rescheduling and they hadn't gotten off at 3 p.m. Besides, if they didn't make it to dark, they were done for. The college student noticed that there were a lot of dark areas inside the oceanarium building, and they still didn't know if the space-time door was actually there and how dangerous the oceanarium was. Evolved reminded the guy that there was clearly danger because there must be a dungeon boss in the oceanarium. Fan Xiao didn't want to stall any longer and said that they needed to do some reconnaissance first. Once inside the building and started walking down the dark corridor, they quickly noticed that the oceanarium was, and inside, in a terrible condition, which means it had been abandoned for a long time. The college student turned his attention to the walls of the building, finding various photos there. Shining thought that since it was an exhibition center, it meant that all the photos on the walls were of tourists and employees. The girl noticed the guy's attention fixated on one of the photos. She asked him what he was looking at and if he had found any clue. Fan Xiao admitted that the photo looked familiar. In the photo, there was a giant octopus behind the girls. Baiji sadly remarked that before the destruction, the oceanarium was very beautiful. A college student called everyone to come over to him, as he had found a map of the oceanarium. After looking at the map of the oceanarium, they thought they realized where the space-time door was. The college student and the executive decided to run to the location as they needed to arrive at the intended location as soon as possible. Soon they arrived at a huge tank of water with plenty of seats for spectators. A college student shouted loudly and pointed to the door, for they had finally managed to find the door and their guess was correct. Fan Xiao also spotted the door but reminded the others not to rejoice ahead of time. In the same instant, the executive's face was covered in cold sweat. He was frightened as he could hear that there was something very large under the water and that it was most likely the dungeon boss. He explained that he visually looked around and that from the edge of the auditorium to the metal platform on which the door was located, the distance was about 20 meters. They would not be able to jump the 20-meter distance no matter how hard they tried, which meant they only had the option of swimming the distance. The man realized they had a chance, if only the boss would take the bait, and they would swim as hard as they could in the meantime. However, the plan instantly failed, as Baiji could not swim. Executive was shocked that the girl couldn't swim. Shining declared that she would swim together with her sister. Hearing this, Fan Xiao wondered if the girl would be able to control the doll while floating so that the doll would carry her sister through the air. Thinking over the guy's proposal, the girl thought that theoretically she could do it. But there is a nuance, because the puppeteer is guided by the rules of physics. To lift a person into the air, she will have to withstand the weight of 2 people. So the effect of simply transporting the girl through the air would not be as practical as if she simply floated along with her sister. The water provided some buoyancy and mental control of the doll while having to move herself at the same time, so the girl felt that the option suggested by the guy would be too slow. The executive was getting more and more angry. He thought that they had already dealt with the monsters and the girl would only slow them down, so he thought that the girl should deal with her own problem. Shining was adamantly against his decision. She was unwilling to leave her sister behind. Executive became even more angry. He pointed out that the girl was smart and should realize that it was dangerous to take someone who couldn't swim into the water with her. Besides, the man insisted that they had come to a consensus that once they used the monsters' corpses as bait, they would be able to get to the exit of the dungeon. However, at that moment, Fan Xiao came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that they should take the girls with them. Fan Xiao explained that he wasn't going to be a saint, but if they didn't take the girls with them, then given Shining's explosive nature, Executive would have to make sure that he could sneak in quietly and not disturb the monster while the girl was trying to kill him. Executive was becoming more and more aggressive and less able to contain his fear and the rest of his emotions. Already even Baiji was asking her sister to go ahead while she figured out how to find a way out of her predicament. Shining was unwilling to relent, stating that the guy was right and that no one would leave this place unless they took her little sister with them. A college student tried to intervene, trying to calm the others down. Shining looked sharply at Fan Xiao, wondering what he was up to. The guy walked over to Baiji and took her in his arms, causing Baiji's face to turn completely red. Fan Xiao stated pathosely that abandoning the weak was not always the best option. He was good at swimming, so he could take the girl with him, and Shining would push them with the doll so they could get past the boss. After that, the guy commanded everyone to get ready to jump into the water. Baiji, in her thoughts and with tears in her eyes, thanked the guy. After that, they pushed the monster corpses into the water and waited for the right moment. Almost immediately, giant tentacles emerged from the water and wrapped around the corpses of the monsters. The people were startled when the main boss of the dungeon appeared. Fan Xiao ordered the others to jump into the water now and was the first one to jump into the water with Baiji in his arms. The others heard the guy's order and jumped into the water as well. In the water, the guy ordered the girl to hold her breath with a look, so the girl covered her mouth with both hands. While in the water, Fan Xiao quickly counted everyone and noticed that one person was missing. The executive didn't jump into the water, but rather bided his time. He vilely noted that the guy was right and he understood the guy's choice. However, he was no exception and threw a huge rock into the water. In the same instant, the boss, disturbed by the dropping of the giant rock, swam to the surface. Continuing to hold his breath underwater, Baiji still couldn't understand what had happened. Executive asked him not to blame him for anything. After all, the guy himself had given him inspiration when he stated that as long as someone wanted to cause trouble, everyone wouldn't be able to leave. The hooded guy immediately realized everything, that the executive had decided to sacrifice them all in exchange for his salvation. The college student was shocked that the executive decided to do such a thing. The frightened Baiji didn't know what they should do next. However, they didn't have time to be angry with the executive for long, as giant tentacles reached out of the water and started grabbing them one by one. When one of the tentacles rushed towards Fan Xiao, the guy suddenly drew his sword and chopped off the tentacle. He realized that since they couldn't escape, they would have to finish off the boss. After the guy cut off one tentacle, the monster wailed in pain. Executive realized that now was the best moment to break through in one breath and dived into the water. Noticing that the executive had jumped into the water, the girl wasn't going to let him go so easily after trapping them, so she ordered the bear to attack the man. However, Fan Xiao told her not to be distracted by the executive, but rather to strip the monster of its eye and be quick about it. Shining rushed curses towards the executive as she was unwilling to let him go after such a betrayal. Nevertheless, Shining decided to do the guy's bidding and point the doll towards the boss. The hooded guy also noticed that the college student seemed to have already fainted. Fan Xiao asked the others to give him 1 minute. Baiji once again started complaining that she was useless and that it was all because of her. Complete chaos had begun. The monster was increasingly entangling the girl with its tentacles. She managed to capture the monster's attention, but the guy somehow never did anything about it. Shining realized that with the guy's talent, he should be able to deal with the monster, but the guy seemed to be waiting for something. The executive, meanwhile, sailed confidently toward the door. He was glad his decision was the right one. He realized that the way to get through the dungeon was to sacrifice the others. Suddenly, a melody reached his ears, and then the man found that he could not move. He noticed that his arms and legs no longer obeyed him. He tried to figure out who was singing the song. At the last moment, it came to him that he was facing the true boss of the dungeon. Executive looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, even blushed. However, in the next moment, the girl opened her giant maw and bit the man's head off. At the same time, another monster tore the girl's doll apart. Shining was already angry because the guy didn't do anything about it. She had already openly asked him that if the guy's talent still hadn't run out of cooldown. Fan Xiao asked the girl not to get angry as he needed some more time. Suddenly, he noticed some bubbling in the water in front of him. He immediately commanded Angel of Slaughter to appear and kill the monster underwater. The guy even pointed with his left hand in the direction of which particular monster to kill. Angel of Slaughter was delighted, as the monster's strong aura was to her liking. However, the mermaid refused to give up so easily. She attacked with Angel of Slaughter's sound wave. Unfortunately for the mermaid, Angel of Slaughter easily broke through her attack and had already launched multiple chopping attacks at the mermaid herself. The tentacle monster had time to notice the mermaid's head separated from the mermaid's body and was sinking to the bottom. The tentacle monster was incredibly furious as the mermaid was everything to him. But at that moment, Fan Xiao appeared and chopped the tentacle monster's tentacles with his sword and freed the others. Fan Xiao then wished the monster to go to hell, thrusting his sword into the monster. From its last strength, the monster tried to attack the guy with its tentacles. But at that moment, Angel of Slaughter appeared and easily chopped the monster's tentacles. After a fight, it was imperative to strike a pompous pose, so Fan Xiao and Angel of Slaughter followed this tradition. The fight was over, the remaining humans were saved, and the monsters were destroyed. The remaining people were happy that they were able to survive the boss encounter. The executive was somehow aggressive, even though he seemed to be almost the calmest before. Fear changes people. The system congratulated the guy for killing the boss. The system also informed him that he would receive an exclusive reward after closing the dungeon. Fan Xiao was finally able to exhale with relief since it was all over. Shining wondered how the guy knew that there was another monster under the water. Fan Xiao confessed that it was just an assumption he had made. He recalled about the photo they had previously seen and that back then the guy had mentioned that the picture seemed familiar to him. So in fact, he had already seen the couple in a newspaper they had looked at before. The newspaper reported that the bodies of the deceased had not been found. Another page of the newspaper cited an incident involving evolved cannibals. Since this incident was related to the oceanarium, the guy gave the incident special attention. The newspaper called the monster a high-risk target. After the man ate most of the inhabitants of the oceanarium, he was missing his hand, so the guy was very impressed by this moment. However, the human monster reported in the newspaper had the abilities of an octopus. If a man eats an octopus, he will be a humanoid octopus. If a human eats a human, then you get a mutant human. So the guy assumed that the person who ate the humans was not the octopus monster, but was another cannibal monster. In fact, that was just his assumptions. But when he saw the picture of the couple in the oceanarium, he realized that his conclusion could most likely be correct. After the guy's words, Shining was extremely displeased. It turns out that the guy had known for a long time that there were actually two monsters and had even deliberately hinted for the traitor to stab them in the back, forcing the traitor to take the initiative. Fan Xiao corrected her words, noting that he had never said such a thing. He didn't force the executive to choose to become a traitor or not. It would certainly be better for him to work together, but executive preferred to choose betrayal. So the guy asked that the blame for the executive's betrayal not be blamed on him. He explained that in such places people reveal their darkest intentions. However, even though he may not call himself fair, he did not want to be seen as selfish. Plus, like he said earlier, if they didn't bring Baiji with them, Shining wouldn't be able to live with the decision. Shining agreed with him that if someone decided to abandon her sister, she would do the same thing. However, Shining believed that despite the other options, she would have known that her sister would have been fine. Fan Xiao did not show the same confidence that Baiji would still be fine in a different outcome. The girl attributed this decision to the fact that her sister had always had good luck. She admitted that this is not the first time her sister has found herself in a desperate situation like the one that happened today. However, Fan Xiao still thought the girl's idea of luck was somewhat ridiculous. He informed her that he had a completely unique idea of luck. The girl decided not to pursue the topic further, wanting to talk about it with the guy later in private. The guy agreed to her suggestion. Now the thoughts crept into his head that his luck was not so remarkable and there were others like him. He should have cleared up the matter as soon as possible. Ever since he had been in this dungeon, he had noticed that his luck was accumulating 10 times faster in the shelter than before. After thinking hard, he came to the conclusion that even if nothing was happening, just staying in this place was already bearing great fruit for his luck. Staying in this place for 2 days, he could accumulate luck in 20 days in the normal world. He wondered if his life was in danger. Would he be able to spend the accumulated luck to pass the dungeon alive? Being in a dungeon was not necessarily a bad experience for him. Nevertheless, he decided that it was time for them to leave this unlucky place already. However, at that moment, he was stopped by Shining, asking him to wait for a while. The guy was at a loss as to what was even going on and why she had called him. Gaining confidence, the girl bowed to the guy, thanking him for helping them pass the test. The others also ran up to him and thanked him for saving them. Baiji confessed that if it wasn't for the guy's help, she would have died. The guy asked the others not to give such solemnity to the whole thing. He also confessed that his name wasn't actually Fan Jiangqiang, but Fan Xiao. Xining was annoyed that the guy had been using a fake name all this time. As they headed for the door, Baiji admitted that Fan Xiao's name seemed familiar to her. Fan Xiao explained that maybe the girl had seen his name in the news. Recently, he had several cases of fighting criminals that had been reported by the mass media. The girl was surprised that the guy was a real hero. Fan Xiao thought that it was a matter of habit, and he didn't want to be some kind of hero at all. Looking at his back, Xining thought about the fact that he was able to find the exact clue in the dungeon and was also able to predict people's intentions and utilize that. She also noted that combined with his strong talent, the guy was able to keep a precise pace. The girl realized that the person in front was quite scary, and it was good that they didn't become enemies. Baiji asked the guy to leave a contact for contact, noting that it wasn't for her at all, and her sister asked that the guy talk to her privately afterward. The guy didn't mind at all leaving a contact for contact, but Xining was surprised at her sister's skill and deception. She grabbed her sister's hand and aimed for the door, noting that if Baiji needed the guy so badly, then Baiji was the one who should have said so rather than bringing her into their conversation. Baiji promised to call the guy. The college student admitted to being jealous of the guy. The hooded guy, on the contrary, thought that one should not only be envious, but also wary. Fan Xiao said goodbye to the guys and walked through the door. The system congratulated the guy for passing the qualifying dungeon. Thanks to his passage, the guy was successfully registered as a player as soon as he passed through the space-time door. Next, the system told the guy a bit about the players. Official players were divided into 3 types: white player, human player, grey player, half-human players, black player, cannibal player. Each type of player is distinguished by the color of the number on their right hand. At the player's option, the number on the hand may be visible to all or hidden. Since the guy has no record of assimilating foreign genes, the system awarded him white player status. After a moment, the guy moved back to his couch. Thanks to this, he realized that there was an automatic return once the task was completed. In addition, he wondered if all the missing items had returned. Furthermore, he noticed that it had only been 4 hours, even though they had been there for several days, which meant that the time in the dungeon was very different from the current time. He was happy to find that the feeling of hunger had finally disappeared. He was so happy that he had finally gotten rid of the bad habit of eating animals. At this moment, a system notification appeared in front of him. The system reported that during the first dungeon, the guy had eliminated 2 black players and 1 grey player, as well as using deduction to use the clues of the space-time door, and even killed the final boss, Singing Mermaid. The dungeon was successfully cleared. Dungeon grade, S. Dungeon reward, 3 space-time tickets, 3 E-rank evolution potions, 3 bottles of E-rank antidote, 3 bottles of E-rank cure potion, 5,000 in-game coins. In addition, he received a reward for killing the final boss. Anemia earring, D-rank item. Fan Xiao first decided to take a look at the reward for killing the boss. He wondered what effect the anemia earring had. As soon as he activated the anemia earring, it immediately appeared on his ear. The system continued its explanations regarding the anemia earring. In that historical period that can no longer be researched, there were rumors that a vampire was madly obsessed with a human girl and gave her one of his earrings. After the girl wore the earring, she discovered that the earring had incredible power. According to the item's description, the wearer of the earring can control their own blood and turn it into a cold weapon for battle. The weapon's power is determined by the amount of blood expended. When the blood weapon pierces a creature's blood vessels, it will fuse with them. At this time, the earring will establish contact with the creature's blood for up to 1 hour, during which time the creature's blood can be freely manipulated. At this moment, Fan Xiao felt the blood in his body boiling, as if the blood could answer his call and could coagulate into a weapon, equivalent to another ability. He felt that this reward was truly good. Also, according to the item explanation, the maximum distance for controlling blood through the air is 50 meters. After that, he decided to look at the evolution potion, so he immediately drank it in a volley. It was just a disposable consumable item. With his current physique, he could already face the cannibal monsters without any problems. The guy then decided to take a look at his player panel. His evolution percentage was 20%. The system reported that the player had advanced to E rank, so the system wondered if the guy wanted to take the chance to upgrade his talent. The system also pointed out to the guy that as an E-ranked player, he was now required to participate in a dungeon trial at least once a month. If the guy doesn't participate in any dungeon trials for more than 3 months, the game will penalize him, and he will also be randomly teleported to a difficult dungeon. It was as if all the pathos had evaporated from him. He was now quietly rejoicing that with 3 bottles of potions, his evolution speed had increased by 11%. He didn't expect players to be able to improve their talent after a rank increase, but now he could refine his Angel of Slaughter talent. Suddenly, someone called his phone. The call was from an unknown number. The guy assumed that the sudden call from an unknown number could be from Baiji, although he didn't deny that it might have something to do with the dungeon. As he answered the phone, he realized that his conspiracy theories were going too far. As soon as he inquired about who was calling him, he heard that it was Lu Xining. She thanked the guy once again, thanking him for making it possible for them to return home safely. Fan Xiao recalled that the girl had already thanked him today, so he was a little confused as to why she was calling him about it. However, the girl reminded the guy that he wanted to know about her sister's good luck. After her words, he only remembered it. Wanting to know what the girl's luck was, he had actually forgotten about it. He was only interested in this topic because if there were people like himself, he should take this matter seriously. Xining told him that the cases of her sister's luck were quite numerous. For example, after Baiji was born, their family became stable financially. Since childhood, Baiji had encountered many different strange occurrences leading to death. All the people around the girl could get hurt, but the girl always remained unharmed. Baiji thought that her sister was already exaggerating this topic. Fan Xiao thought that the girl's luck was too good. The guy thought that then, according to the girl's assumption, a pop-up should have appeared in front of her sister. Xining had absolutely no idea what the guy was even talking about. Fan Xiao decided that it didn't matter. He had already assumed that the girl was as lucky as himself, but that was just his assumption. Xining decided to ask the guy directly what his talent was and if it had anything to do with air control. Fan Xiao quickly figured her out, noting that this was the real purpose of her call to him. He clearly informed the girl that if she wanted to know information about him, there was nothing to talk about. The guy only learns other people's secrets, abilities, and so on. But he's not going to reveal all his secrets in return. Where will the path of this lucky guy lead? Xining decided not to pursue the subject further. She asked the guy to point out that the reward for completing a dungeon was a time-space ticket, that is, an invitation to the dungeon. Based on that, she assumed that if players used the same tickets at the same time, those players would be able to enter the same dungeon. Xining herself was too unhappy that the cunning guy was still wary of them. The girl informed him that she and her sister had tickets with the image of a white gardenia. The tickets were for the Xingyi Memory Corridor Crazy Zoo station. After that, she inquired what kind of ticket the guy had. He then admitted that he had 3 tickets for the stations: Rose Street, Fortune Hotel, Xingyi Memory Corridor, Crazy Zoo, and Xingyi Memory Corridor, Island of Sacrifice. Xining was incredibly surprised that Fan Xiao received 3 tickets at once. She quickly realized that meant the guy had gotten a pretty high grade for passing the dungeon, and thus had received more generous rewards than them. The guy then inquired about their dungeon passing grades. Xining confessed that she had gotten a B, while her sister had gotten a C. She also revealed that in addition to the ticket, they had received 1 E-rank item. Fan Xiao decided not to hide the information and revealed that he had also received an item, but a D-ranked item, and that it was most likely due to his S grade for passing the dungeon. He had too little information, and there would only be more dungeons in the future. Therefore, he decided to summarize it briefly. Xining decided that since they had the same ticket, she was offering the guy cooperation. However, she also clarified that she would have to wait a few days since she wanted to sew some special dolls. She tried to clarify if the guy was in a hurry, but to her surprise, Fan Xiao informed her that he wasn't in a hurry to go anywhere and could wait until they were ready to go to the dungeon. He even offered to let them contact him when they were ready. After that, they finished chatting on the phone. Putting the phone aside, the guy thought about the past call. He realized that to give personal information about himself was to demonstrate his willingness to cooperate. If he formed a team with the girls, he would have 2 reliable companions, and besides, one of them was a healer, which added to the idea. Fan Xiao had gotten through the rewards for the first dungeon pretty quickly. Now he had to work on improving Lolly's combat strength. He needed to improve his Angel of Slaughter talent. After that, the process of improving Angel of Slaughter began. However, it didn't last long and ended almost immediately. The summoning time was now 60 seconds and the ability's cooldown was 12 hours. In addition, Angel of Slaughter now had another original sin: wrath. The system reported that the guy's anger served as a weapon to create the weapon Angel of Slaughter wields. This weapon conceptualizes an attack, bypassing all defenses and directly damaging other living things. Everything that is alive, even the deity before you, will be destroyed. The guy quickly realized that this was a kind of buff to the attack, which was very useful for Angel of Slaughter. After strengthening Angel of Slaughter, her appearance had also changed, but the only thing that made the guy uncomfortable was calling her Angel of Slaughter every time. So the first thing he decided to do was to give her a name. The next day, Fan Xiao was sketching on sheets of paper. It was as if he was compiling a sketchbook of the evolved cannibals going through the dungeon with him. When he looked at the sketch of the man he had drawn, he found that the man was exactly as he remembered him, so he was slightly relieved that his drawing skills hadn't diminished yet. At that moment, someone knocked on his door, but as it turned out, Fan Xiao was not surprised. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a police officer, and with him were a man and a woman in strict suits. The officer noticed that the guy came to the door rather quickly, which meant he wasn't at all surprised that he was coming to see him. Fan Xiao parried, pointing out that yesterday's attack was about evolved, so he had expected something like this sooner or later. The woman was surprised when he brought up evolved, as she thought it was all just rumors from the internet. The man in turn wondered why the guy believed these rumors. He wondered how Fan Xiao knew that evolved was the attacker. Fan Xiao didn't make up anything to justify himself. He directly informed his guests that he himself was evolved. The officer was shocked because he didn't expect to hear something like that from Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao was the first to speak again. He told them that he didn't want to go through all the procedures and wanted to get straight to the point. The guy admitted that he had participated in the qualifying dungeon yesterday and had become an official player. He then revealed that he had met 2 cannibal players in the dungeon. However, those cannibals were already dead, so he provided them with sketches of the cannibals. The woman was amazed at his straightforwardness. The man praised the guy for his amazing sketches, noting that the guy definitely draws at a professional level. He figured that if Fan Xiao had gotten to know the personalities and interpersonal relationships of the cannibals well during his time in the dungeon, then now they would finally be able to close some murder-related cases. Fan Xiao calmly admitted that he used to do graphic design and was an art student, so his drawing skills hadn't diminished yet. After that, the man finally decided to move on to introductions. He revealed that his name was Du Ruo, and the woman next to him was Wu Yanqing. He also asked the guy to think of the woman as his assistant. According to their documents, they were both from the Special Affairs Agency. In his thoughts, Du Ruo noted that it was quite difficult to pick on the guy in any aspect. Fan Xiao decided to ask them if they were representatives of the relevant agencies. Du Ruo decided to correct him by pointing out that the Special Affairs Agency is a department created by the government just a month ago. The Special Affairs Agency is responsible for matters related to evolved, players, and the evolution game. The first thing the guy asked was whether Officer Wang was aware of the circumstances. Du Ruo decided to clarify that Officer Wang had only recently found out about everything. The officer looked at the guy with some annoyance and sadness, noting that the guy was always getting into weird incidents. Du Ruo shared with the guy that they had already arrested the evolved cannibal who had attacked the guy. He also wondered if the guy could show his type of player. Fan Xiao rolled up his jacket sleeve and showed them his number and also added that he was a white player. Next, Du Ruo wanted to ask clarifying questions, taking a serious approach to investigate the matter. He decided to ask Fan Xiao if Fan Xiao remembered what the other people who went through the qualifying dungeon with him looked like. Fan Xiao did not unlock and admitted that he remembered them. However, he had gone through various hardships with them, and they had even found common ground, so he felt that it would not be good if he gave them and their secrets away. He also added that if Du Ruo were to force him to do so, he would only have to cooperate because he would not be able to overpower the Special Affairs Agency. The man asked the guy not to try to test them. He also pointed out that Special Affairs Agency wasn't as stingy as the guy thought they were. With a sly smile, Duruo pointed out that the emergence of evolution and its players would affect the existing structure, so the more time passed, the stronger this influence would become. The man suggested that in the future, gamers would become a strategically important resource and would be linked to a new wave of struggle for hegemony on Earth. Therefore, the Special Affairs Agency set itself the goal of recruiting every player. Fan Zhao asked if they have a forced form of recruitment. Duruo explained that everything is at the will of the individual, but he also clarified that the information provided from the country and the resources that can be utilized are incomparable to single players. Duruo suggested that Fan Xiao join them, and then Fan Xiao would have many advantages and no disadvantages. Fan Xiao agreed to mull over their offer to join them. Duruo did not insist on making an immediate decision, but simply put his business card on the table, asking the guy to call them when he decided to join them. Before leaving, the man said that the business card contained his phone number, as well as an account number and corresponding password on the Special Affairs Agency website. There was some information on the Special Affairs Agency website that they wanted to share. The guy thanked him for the visit, and then they left the guy's apartment. As soon as they stepped outside, Wu Yanqing informed the captain that she had observed the guy using her Eye of Truth talent. She assured him that the number and color on the guy's arm were not suspicious and that everything was genuine. Duruo was also surprised to meet such a guy, as white players were currently very rare. Currently, the Special Affairs Agency had to deal with black-marked cannibal players. He noted that the guy had a good resume, so if they could get him on their side, it would be a good help for them in the future. Wu Yanqing, on the other hand, thought Fan Xiao was arrogant, and she hardly believed that they could persuade Fan Xiao to join them. Duruo believed that if the guy refused to join them, then they needed to persuade him to cooperate with them. He then ordered her to contact the Special Affairs Agency so they could plan this cooperation. In addition, he asked the woman to try to obtain information about the dungeons and the tickets associated with them. Duruo stated that he wanted to investigate this matter. Wu Yanqing obediently agreed to carry out the order. After that, Duruo asked the sniper and the combat team to leave their positions. The sniper, who was on a nearby roof, received orders to cancel the elimination of the target. However, at that moment, Angel of Slaughter appeared behind the sniper. She was already preparing to kill everyone, pierce the sniper's intestines, and behead him. The girl believed that dancing and waving their arms would make them less attractive. But at that moment, Fan Xiao told her that they had retreated. Therefore, he ordered her not to be capricious and to return immediately. At that moment, Angel of Slaughter appeared behind him. She declared that Fan Xiao was bad because he wouldn't let her kill whoever she wanted, and she wanted to play. As it turned out, the guy had come up with a name for her, Fan Qi. He began to scold Fan Qi, explaining that it wasn't worth playing every day. Moreover, he believed that as long as they didn't wish them harm, they wouldn't act first. Fan Qi puffed out her cheeks because she wasn't allowed to do whatever she wanted. Fan Xiao pointed out that they already had things to do. They needed to prepare for the next dungeon. He took the Rose Street Fortune Hotel ticket, which had a detailed route on it. Train number, Spacetime Train G083301. Destination, Rose Street Fortune Hotel. Carry-on items. Half a cubic meter of game reserve space allows you to take some essential items with you to pass through the dungeon. It is prohibited to store firearms and other dangerous items in it. Late at night on the roof of a high-rise building, Fan Qi tried to catch her breath and called the guy a fool, noting that he weighed too much. Fan Xiao noticed that the girl could only carry it a distance of about 10 meters after pumping it, and to unlock the full flying skill, they still had a long way to go. However, he noticed that the weapon transformed from anger had become a purely domestic tool for murder. After that, he let the girl go, wishing her a good rest. Since he had managed to test almost all of his abilities, he decided to go to a new dungeon. As soon as he used the ticket, he began to be transported to the Spacetime train station. The system asked the player Seal to note that his Spacetime train G083301 would arrive in 5 minutes. The system also reminded him that as an E-rank player, he had half a cubic meter of game space to store items that he could take with him on a trip or into a dungeon. However, the E-rank player's storage did not support the placement of firearms and high-tech products. Once at the station, he looked around, surprised that this time he was not sent directly to the shelter, but had to get there by space-time train. Now he understood why the pass was called a ticket. At that moment, a man approached him, noting that it was an incredible coincidence that he had met Fan Xiao in such a place. The man asked if Fan Xiao was also going to the dungeon. This man was Du Ruo, whom the guy recognized immediately. Du Ruo admitted that he couldn't contain his curiosity, so he decided to try it once. However, Fan Xiao didn't believe in such strange coincidences, so he was on his guard. Fan Xiao asked how many times the man had gone to the dungeon. Du Ruo immediately said that this would be his third trip to the dungeon. Will Du Ruo manage to survive this trip and recruit Fan Xiao to side with the Special Affairs Agency? The guy had already asked Du Ruo directly about the possibility that they might have gotten into the same dungeon. Du Ruo only explained with a smile that the space-time train would pass through many stations, each of which had many dungeons. Therefore, the man tried to reassure him by saying that it was unlikely that they would be so lucky that they would be able to get to the same station and the same dungeon. Fan Xiao admitted that he had seen on the Special Affairs Agency's official website that there was a trading platform. So the guy asked the man if he correctly understood the information that there was a trading platform where tickets could be exchanged. Du Ruo confirmed his speculation. He also said that trading required actual contact between players, and that usually such trades were only done within their organization. It's all set up this way because other players can't trust each other, since in the game, killing another player allows you to take their items. Therefore, players are afraid of falling for such cheating by other players. Fan Xiao decided to waste no time and asked if there were many players in the Special Affairs Agency. But Du Ruo was not a bad guy either, saying that if a guy joined their organization, he would tell him this information. After hearing his reply, Fan Xiao still once again decided to dodge a quick decision, informing him that he needed time to think about the proposal. At this moment, a voice sounded out from the speakers. The voice greeted the players with the arrival of the space-time train, G083001. The announcer also announced that the train was departing from Sunshine Coast Station and heading to its final station, Fantasy Fairy Tale City. The players were also asked to follow the rules. The first rule was that it was forbidden to attack train workers, because otherwise a player who broke this rule would be escorted off the train by the guards. The second rule was that if the train encounters danger, players who help have a chance to get special rewards. The third rule was that players who actively spend money are more welcome on the train. Just as the announcer was announcing the rules, a train pulled onto the platform. Fan Xiao immediately said that he was going to Fortune Hotel and asked where Du Ruo was going. The man admitted that it was an unbelievable coincidence, but he had to go to the same place. However, Fan Xiao could not be fooled so easily by such speeches, and he immediately realized that this was too good a coincidence. The guy quickly realized that the Special Affairs Agency was watching him, but he thought that it didn't matter and he would do the task properly. After that, Fan Xiao and Du Ruo proceeded to the train and took their seats. After looking around inside the train car, Fan Xiao noticed that there were quite a few people. He also noted that according to the rules announced by the announcer, there was no prohibition for players to have private duels. After pondering his words, Du Ruo did not remember that there had ever been any such clashes between players. However, he didn't rule out the existence of players who might kill another player for items, and there might also be cannibal train players who were eager to attack other players and have a treat for themselves. Therefore, the man advised the guy to be careful. At that moment, a conductor with a cart came up to the guy and handed him a menu. He took the menu in his hands and began to study it closely. He found out pretty quickly that there was even food on the menu, but he was disappointed that a cup of coffee cost 50 game coins, which was incredibly expensive. Du Ruo, with a smile on his face, decided to treat the guy and pay for his cup of coffee. The guy thought it was quite generous of the man. After a while, they brought him hot coffee, which he sat and drank comfortably. He noticed that the coffee was not ordinary at all. When he examined the cup, he noticed the name on it that it was a joint product of 9th Dimension and 9 Arts Gastronomy. Du Ruo informed him that everything was real in this place. He was even a little surprised that the guy assumed it was just some fake loading page before entering the dungeon. Fan Xiao continued questioning, trying to find out from the man what this place even was. Du Ruo suggested that it was some kind of crevice where various time and space lines intersected. Based on this theory, it could be assumed that the other passengers on this train were most likely from other worlds, which was different from the world where Du Ruo and Fan Xiao lived. Du Ruo admitted that when ordering food, he bribed the attendants to get some information, and the most valuable was the information about the space-time station number. Fan Xiao immediately called out the number G08010A1. The man noticed that the guy was pretty good at memorizing everything. He also shared the information he was able to find out. As it turned out, G08 is the number of the space-time node, 010 is the number of the world zone. According to this information, Earth has the number 010 for the world zone, and the last digits A1 is the station number. Every starting station in the world started at A1, and there were many game dungeons hidden underneath the station. Fan Xiao now had a slightly better understanding of what was happening, having memorized the point that parallel worlds were divided by numbers. Suddenly, an announcement was heard on the train. The announcer asked for all players' attention and then announced that there would now be an emergency bounty announcement. The train announcer reported that a player known by the nickname National Annihilation had been spotted in space-time node G08. He was a member of the Tribunal of Life Assassination Organization. This person is a super player who once killed high-ranking employees of a game company and is an extremely dangerous individual. The announcer appealed to all players at space-time node G08 that if they had any information about this individual, they could directly report to the game. Depending on the importance of the information provided, the game company was willing to provide an appropriate reward. Fan Xiao wondered why the game company couldn't directly punish the players. After all, in order to catch criminals, they have to use the space-time train and issue reward ads. The guy wondered about the organization he had just learned about, Tribunal of Life. He was a little surprised that there was a player organization that dared to openly oppose a game company. Du Ruo understood his reasoning perfectly. After all, based on these announcements on the train, it appeared that the game company could not fully control the evolution game. However, he thought that this was quite good news for them as players. Fan Xiao wanted to know more about the game, so he asked the man if he knew anything about super players or S-level players. However, Du Ruo was even slightly annoyed that the guy seemed to think his was an encyclopedia. He admitted that he had only started playing a month earlier than the guy, so he didn't have much information. The man thought that super players were hardly anyone they could face at their current level. Suddenly, the train announcer announced that the train had arrived at Rose Street Station and advised the passengers with this ticket to leave the train. Fan Xiao was surprised that the train had reached his desired station so quickly. As he exited the train car, the guy stated that he was actually curious what would have happened if they had continued traveling on their own ticket, but Du Ruo didn't know the answer to that question. However, he warned the guy that before breaking the rules, he should consider whether he had the power to do something like this, because otherwise the consequences might be too severe. After saying that, Du Ruo and Fan Xiao disintegrated into data and were teleported away. Soon, Fan Xiao appeared in front of the majestic building. Immediately, it was announced that the Fortune Hotel dungeon had been opened. The backstory of this place was that ever since the guests of Fortune Hotel started complaining that there was a foul odor in their rooms, the hotel staff started a thorough investigation trying to find out the sources of the odor. They thoroughly checked the bathrooms, water pipes, floors, ceilings, and windows, but found nothing. However, the odor was getting stronger, so the staff began an even more thorough inspection, destroying everything in the room. Eventually, they found the body of a decomposing woman in a red dress with her hair loose in the mattress. As it turned out, it was a murder with the body concealed. The body was quickly removed and the odor disappeared, but creepy and rather strange things began to happen in the hotel. Some hotel guests complained that light footsteps could be heard in the hallway at night. Daredevils who still decided to open the door of their room at that moment saw the silhouette of a woman in a red dress with loose hair. After that, the hotel guests started disappearing one by one, and the odor reappeared. The staff found the bodies of the missing people in the mattresses of other rooms. Panic from this event gripped everyone, and everyone was convinced that the murder victims hidden in the mattresses had turned into evil spirits that roamed the hotel, killing new guests and stuffing their bodies in the mattresses, repeating their tragic fate. After this brief backstory of the hotel, a system notification appeared. The notice stated that 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. was a time of activity for evil spirits, so hotel guests were advised to lock their room doors and be cautious. It also stated that only one guest could stay on one floor. Violators of this rule would be the first to be attacked by an evil spirit. The system also reported the most important rule. During the dungeon, the hotel will be completely isolated from the outside world, so players will be completely cut off from other space-time levels. After that, the system finally announced that the dungeon task was to live for 3 days in Fortune Hotel. Fan Xiao thought that this was all just an old and rather hackneyed bogeyman. Gradually, other players began to appear beside him. Du Ruo was also among the players in this dungeon. Once all the rules and backstory were announced, a girl appeared in front of them. She looked around at all the players and then announced that she had received a notice that the dungeon had closed. And she also added that they were the last group of players to enter this dungeon. The girl revealed that there are 12 players all participating in this dungeon. The excited guy decided that everyone should enter the hotel first, because the task stated to stay in the hotel for 3 days, which meant that time would only count down from the moment they entered the hotel. However, the woman suddenly declared that they couldn't enter the hotel now. She believed that they did not yet know if there might be any cannibalistic players lurking among them. The woman felt that everyone must first assure that they were not monsters, or else she would not enter the hotel. So whoever wants to go into the hotel can go in themselves. The blonde man was clearly unhappy with the woman's remarks. He felt that he didn't have to prove anything to anyone. The girl next to him advised him to ignore the woman. She even called the woman ugly. The woman was outraged at this treatment in her direction. She stated in a panic that they were definitely cannibal monsters. The woman continued to tell the others that if the 2 people in front of her were unwilling to prove their identity, then they could most likely be cannibal players. Therefore, she advised the others that if the others didn't want to be eaten by them, then they should eliminate the threat beforehand. Fan Xiao once again gave the other players a nickname based on their external characteristics: man with tattoos, babyface, bald man, werewolf, middle-aged man, handsome. Fan Xiao tiredly asked the woman why they should do anything at all. Why does the woman tell them to do something and they have to do it? The woman pretended not to understand what he was even talking about. She didn't understand why the guy didn't want to prove he wasn't a cannibal. And since he doesn't want to prove otherwise, that means he is a cannibal monster too. However, Fan Xiao calmly headed towards the hotel, saying that their mission was not to clear the hotel of cannibal monsters. In addition, the physical strength of cannibals was the strongest among all types of players. Therefore, he believed that even if they found the cannibals, there would be casualties, and no one wanted to just die. He asked if there were any players who were willing to take the lead. If there were, he would follow them, but if there were none, he would just go inside the hotel. Then, smirking, he turned to the others, saying that even if he was a cannibal, who would risk anything against him? He immediately asked if the woman who was screaming the most would risk attacking him. The woman immediately started screaming at the top of her throat that the guy had given himself away. She was displeased that the other players didn't do anything about it. Man with tattoos, on the other hand, thought that the woman was definitely out of her mind and wondered why the woman didn't go and sort it out herself. The handsome man standing next to them decided that the main threat at the moment was evil spirits, so the woman could keep an eye on the cannibals herself. After that, Du Ruo approached the guy. He knew very well that the guy was a white player and that his words could easily make other players think that he was a cannibal. Du Ruo didn't understand why the guy wanted to upset everyone at once. However, the guy stated that subhuman players had distinctive characteristics, and as a white player, he couldn't just explain things to them. So he decided that he'd rather come forward himself and establish some credibility than let them just accuse him. After all, the evil spirits were still in the hotel, so he wanted to make a deterrent for the players. Plus, he quickly realized that the woman wasn't trying to eliminate the threat beforehand at all, but just wanted to create a commotion to see who had what powers to keep themselves safe. If he is wrong in his assertions, then why is the woman herself not doing anything at all? Everywhere there will be such screamers who do nothing themselves but shout and muddy the waters. What will such a ploy lead a guy to? After that, everyone headed quietly to the hotel building. After that, despite the woman's cries, all the players entered the hotel building. After looking around the hotel lobby with his eyes, Fan Xiao came to the conclusion that no one had been in this place for a long time. Babyface got straight to the point, reminding the others that there could only be one person on one floor, so he wondered how they would allocate which player would occupy which floor. The middle-aged man did his best to calm everyone down. He stated that all the players could live as they wanted. The man had already looked around the hotel and noted that there were 13 floors, and if we exclude the first floor with the lobby, there would be enough floor space for all 12 people. The middle-aged man asked which floor the businesswoman would take. The businesswoman informed that she would like to take the 7th floor. She explained her decision by saying that she was in business and therefore paid attention to every detail. The middle-aged man was delighted by this coincidence, admitting that he was also in business. Approaching her, Handsome stated that they had come almost at the same time, so he suggested that the woman team up with him to look out for each other. Bald Man announced that he would take the 2nd floor and let the others continue to allocate other floors. Blonde Man was outraged that Bald Man decided to take the 2nd floor for himself. He believed that living on the 2nd floor was the easiest way to escape, so he was going to take the 2nd floor himself. Hearing his words, his girlfriend said that she would take the 3rd floor in that case, asking Chen to keep an eye on her. Du Ruo, on the other hand, decided that they could decide exactly which floor to stay on later, so he suggested Fan Xiao look around the entire floor first. The man assumed that if they were lucky, they might be able to find out some information related to the evil spirit this way. After listening to him, Fan Xiao reminded him that the hotel was big, so for efficiency, he suggested that they split up. The blonde man wasn't very happy with the guy's idea, thinking that the guy was crazy. Qian reminded him that the hotel was actually inhabited by an evil spirit. With a bloodthirsty look at Qian, the guy said that if Qian wanted to search with him, he would do it. Qian was more than a little scared, for he remembered the guy's earlier words on the street. Qian kindly refused his request. He stated that he didn't agree with splitting up one by one rather than saying that he would go with the guy. Qian also boldly told the guy to stay away from him. Despite his threatening words, Qian actually realized more and more that it looked like the guy in front of him was a cannibal, so he didn't want to anger him. Businesswoman reminded the rest of us that the evil spirit starts every night from 9 p.m. So if they procrastinated and delayed looking for information, it might reduce their chances of survival. Bald Man agreed with what she said and also noted that the game's clues were definitely correct. The man believed that there would be no danger at this time, so he stated that he agreed to split up to search for information. Besides, this way would be much faster than if they all went through every room together, and this way they wouldn't miss any rooms. After listening to his arguments, Handsome agreed with him. Fan Xiao once again took the initiative and went first, announcing that since everyone agreed, they should hurry up. Du Ruo wondered if the guy thought the evil spirit was even real or a fake. Fan Xiao admitted that there was too little information to judge anything. As they were going up the stairs, the guy suddenly stopped and turned to Du Ruo, saying that he would leave the floor inspection to Du Ruo and go up to the 13th floor. Du Ruo did not object to this initiative in any way. Before he left, he even advised the guy to be more careful. Fan Xiao annoyed Du Ruo, and he thought of him as a sticking band-aid, as the man never left his side. In the end, the guy decided it was some kind of test from the Special Affairs Agency to check him out. After a while, Fan Xiao arrived at the 13th floor. The first room he was going to start his search was 1301. At first glance, he noticed that no one had been in this room for a long time, so he didn't expect to find any easy clues here. Therefore, he immediately took out the anemia earring. Waiting for clues was not the best way to successfully pass the dungeon, so he decided that now would be a good time to try out the anemia earring, the item he had received as a reward after completing the last dungeon. After only a moment, he saw that he needed the curtains. After pulling down the curtains and taking a look at them, the guy was glad that the task had been successfully completed and that the anemia earring was actually incredibly useful. Not only could the anemia earring control blood, but it could also control its oxidation and drying. After some searching, everyone made their way back to the first floor lobby. Babyface was telling the others that on the 10th floor, in rooms 1012 and 1019, he had found some not-so-obvious signs of habitation, while the other rooms were in perfect order and from the looks of it, no one had been in them for a long time. So he wondered if anyone else had found any other clues. Someone also found pretty much the same thing, and that they found trash in 3 trash cans. But there was no trash in the rest of the rooms, so he concluded that someone had lived here before them. Businesswoman reported that she found some vague dried blood stains, and there were also pits and cracks on some of the walls. Based on her information, she concluded that it looked like there had been a battle on the 7th floor, but she didn't know how it had ended. Du Ruo recalled that they were in a dungeon, so obviously the dungeon had been opened more than once to other players who had participated in the hotel dungeon, so he found the traces of battles to be normal. Bald Man agreed with the rest, noting that he hadn't detected any clues either. Qian wondered if all the players had gathered in the hall, but suddenly noticed that one player was still missing. Just at this moment, Fan Xiao appeared with a curtain in his hands. He announced that he had something interesting. Everyone was curious as to what clues the guy had found. The guy unfolded the curtain for everyone, and the others could see the inscriptions on the curtain left by the blood. It seemed that someone from past hotel guests had informed them of the clues. He fearfully pointed out that the girl was beheading anyone who reacted to the knocking. The guest was incredibly scared, so he only wrote that he would also die. Du Ruo was surprised that the guy seemed to have found traces of players who had participated in this challenge before. They now realized that a guest at the hotel was pointing out an evil spirit. Businesswoman agreed with his opinion, recalling that the description of the dungeon stated that the evil spirit looked like a woman in a red dress. And about the evil spirit chopping off heads, she suggested that this was the method of attack of the evil spirit in question. The woman who had shouted the loudest earlier was scared. She wanted to hear confirmation that of the previously entered players in this dungeon, at least someone had survived. After all, judging from the writing on the curtain, she thought there was only one person left at the end who was afraid of death. Fan Xiao reassured them, believing that there probably wasn't a complete annihilation, since if the literal meaning of what was written on the curtain was to be believed, only the heads of those whose door was knocked on were chopped off. Based on their investigation, rooms with blood were rare, which meant that not everyone would face danger. He himself was not yet fully aware of whether the knock on the door was the very mark of death. After thinking over all the available information, Du Ruo assumed that only those who heard the knock on the door from an evil spirit would be attacked and lose their heads, while the rest could survive the 3 days in peace. Qian was disappointed that it all came down to luck in the end. The middle-aged man suggested not relying on luck, as it was too unreliable. Therefore, he suggested that everyone should live together, unite, and fight the evil spirit together. Handsome found meaning in his words, for the more people there were, the greater the strength, and so the evil spirit might not be able to overpower them. Babyface was adamantly opposed to the idea. He reminded the others that only one person could live on one floor. If anyone broke that rule, they would be the first target of the evil spirit. The woman enthusiastically stated that then they should all move into the same room together. She believed that if they all broke the rule together and fought against the evil spirit wouldn't be able to kill them all. However, Fan Xiao intervened and asked her not to drag everyone else into her maelstrom. He felt that the woman was thinking and planning too beautifully. The woman was extremely displeased, wondering what the guy even meant. Fan Xiao calmly explained why her plan was nonsense. If they live together, that evil spirit will come and finish everyone off. He reminded the others that based on the assumptions, the knocking on the door would only affect some players. Based on the information he received, he concluded that there was a chance that some players could survive these 3 days safely. However, if they all lived together, the evil spirit would definitely attack them. Furthermore, he assumed that encountering an evil spirit didn't necessarily mean imminent doom. The guy reminded the others that they had found battle marks earlier, which could be interpreted as players trying to resist the evil spirit. So Fan Xiao suggested that the evil spirit probably didn't have a way to instantly kill players. After his words, Man with Tattoos announced that he would live alone and that whoever wanted to break the rules could break the rules. Bald Man also decided to live alone and trust his luck. After carefully considering her choice, Businesswoman also decided to follow the rules and live alone. Fan Xiao calmly pointed out to the others that since everyone had come to a common decision, they should all go back to their rooms since the safe time was almost up. And if anyone decided to break the rules and stay together, that was their choice. The woman was extremely angry at the guy for once again ruining her plans. The woman suddenly went into defenseless woman mode. She stated that the guy was actually a cannibal player and that he wanted them to act alone, so she asked the other players not to listen to him. However, Bald Man was already angry with her and told her to shut up. He felt that if a woman wanted to die, she shouldn't pull the other players after her. Looking at them, Fan Xiao even heaved a sigh of relief. The guy thought that if the bumbling idiots broke the rules and started living together, they probably wouldn't even have to wait for an evil spirit to appear, and the rules of the game itself would destroy the violators. He didn't know if there was an evil spirit in this building yet, but there was definitely one right next to it, Fan Chiki. Even if the evil spirit appeared to him, he wondered who would actually be scared of whom. With a flushed face, the middle-aged man approached businesswoman. He thought that since she would live on the 7th floor and he on the 6th floor, they would be neighbors. So he asked that if something happened to either of them, they should start making noise to attract the neighbors' attention and support each other. Businesswoman agreed with him because cooperation definitely increased their chances of survival. Hearing their conversation, Handsome approached the woman that the other players on different floors would also make noise to warn and support each other. It was strongly evident from the middle-aged man's face that he was extremely unhappy that Handsome was interfering with his attempts to establish a relationship with businesswoman, who he obviously liked. The woman also cut into their conversation, stating that since she would be living on the 9th floor, she thought it would be easier for them all to help each other that way. The middle-aged man was extremely surprised and unhappy that everyone was just getting in his way. Businesswoman said with a smile that she agreed to cooperate because the more people the better. However, it seems that middle-aged man and Handsome have become rivals in the fight for the heart of businesswoman, who does not seem to be interested in either of them. Looking at them, Fan Xiao calculated that there were 2 subservient men, one young woman, another female provocateur, and a couple of stylists. In his opinion, the overall danger was not great. The others, however, were rather taciturn, so it was difficult for him to understand them for the time being. In the end, he decided to behave more cautiously with them, but one player from their group pissed him off the most. As soon as he entered the elevator, Duruo also entered the elevator with him. They used to walk up the stairs, but now it turns out the hotel has an elevator. The guy was annoyed with Duruo because even now Duruo was supposed to live on the 12th floor, but for some reason went with the guy to the 13th floor. The elevator doors opened and a happy Duruo walked out following the guy on the 13th floor. Then he said that he had some business with the guy and that they needed to find a place to sit down to discuss an important matter. After a while, they came to room 1308. Duruo thought that as long as there was time before 9 p.m., then they could chat, as long as the guy didn't mind, of course. Fan Xiao also said with a smile that he didn't mind chatting before the appointed time. However, in his thoughts, he was extremely dissatisfied with Duruo. Even though he didn't mind socializing, Duruo had already come to his room before he even asked for permission. And on top of that, he immediately sat on the bed. The guy even thought that Duruo seemed to have been raised poorly as a child. Duruo didn't care. He confessed that he was interested in one question. Previously, the guy at the hotel entrance had hinted that he might be a cannibal player and that it was to catch someone's eye. Duruo wondered if the guy had made any progress in this matter. Fan Xiao evasively informed that it was just for fun, so it wasn't a fact that it would produce any results. Although no one fell for his ploy, he still had some assumptions. He believed that man with tattoos, babyface, and bald man might be cannibal players. After hearing the guy call one of the players babyface, Duruo praised him for choosing a pretty accurate nickname for that player. He wondered why the guy thought that one of them might be a cannibal player, and what the guy thought was wrong with them. Fan Xiao shared the observation that everyone else is active, so it is immediately obvious that they cannot hide their intentions. But man with tattoos, babyface, and bald man are constantly silent and rarely say anything. If something were to happen, he believed that they would be the first ones to be under suspicion. Duruo finally exhaled and revealed that he hadn't actually come to discuss the players, but for another reason. He was curious. He wanted to confirm his speculation that those bloody marks on the curtain were actually drawn by Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao smirked and wondered if Du Ruo had been tasked to be an evil spirit and kill people. Du Ruo also grinned in response because based on the guy's words, there was no evil spirit in the dungeon. It was all just a disguise, and the evil spirit was actually just a person. He even made the comparison that it was a quest like the werewolf game. And it turned out that if Du Ruo was tasked to play the role of an evil spirit, then Fan Xiao would definitely be in trouble now. Fan Xiao smiled, saying that he was just joking and trusted Du Ruo. After all, it was unlikely that the official staff would kill innocent players. However, Fan Xiao was not a fool and was well aware that with the strengthening of Raj, Fan Qi would surely be able to kill Du Ruo. Du Ruo continued to smile, noting that the guy's speculation was quite interesting. But unfortunately, he wasn't tasked with being an evil spirit, so the guy could test him however he wanted. The guy's face even covered in cold sweat. He assured that there was no need to do that, because the bloody footprints were a trap to catch other players. Fan Xiao explained that if one recalled the description of the dungeon, the rules related to the evil spirit are quite obvious. The evil spirit will hide the bodies of dead people in the mattress, repeating its tragic fate. Now Fan Xiao has tampered with the information and added 2 new rules. Rule number 1, the evil spirit will knock on the door to mark the victim. Rule number 2, the evil spirit will chop off the head of the person it is about to kill. Fan Xiao concluded that if an evil spirit really exists, it is unlikely to follow such rules. However, if the evil spirit follows these 2 rules, it will fall into a trap that will indirectly confirm that the evil spirit is actually a person who plays the role of an evil spirit. Thus, the person who plays the role of the evil spirit knows perfectly well that the bloody writing on the curtain is fake. Therefore, the fake evil spirit's first order of business would be to eliminate the threat, which means it would probably try to kill Fan Xiao first. Du Ruo was surprised that the guy was so confident and believed that he could defeat the evil spirit. Fan Xiao corrected his thoughts by saying that it would only make sense if the evil spirit was a fiction. Otherwise, if the evil spirit really existed, it wouldn't care about the guy's pranks. Suddenly, Du Ruo took out 2 paper cups. He explained that he was holding an E-rank item, the evolved paper cup for communication. The man revealed that the 2 cups could provide communication in the same spatial domain, which was a good substitute for walkie-talkies that couldn't be brought into the dungeon. The guy was surprised that there were even such useful items found. Du Ruo held out 1 cup to the guy. The man asked the guy that if the guy catches the evil spirit today but can't handle it, he should remember to inform him so that he can come to the guy's rescue in time. Du Ruo was amused that everyone was avoiding the evil spirit, but the guy on the contrary decided to provoke the evil spirit. Before leaving, Du Ruo decided to find out why the guy was so sure that the evil spirit was just a fiction. Fan Xiao explained that he had just thought that the likelihood of such a situation was high. He didn't deny that there were such things as evil spirits, but he felt that such supernatural things were unlikely to appear in the Irang dungeon. Du Ruo wished the guy good luck with catching the evil spirit. He once again reminded the guy to remember to let him know if anything happened. Fan Xiao smilingly asked Du Ruo not to worry about it. It was soon 10 p.m. in the evening. A woman was sitting near the door, holding a lamp in her hands. She was trembling all over, but tried to convince herself that she couldn't possibly believe that she would suddenly meet an evil spirit. Suddenly, there was a knock at her door. The woman was frightened because if someone knocked on the door, then it was definitely an evil spirit. She thought that the main thing was not to open the door, but to hold it so that no one could open it, and then she would be safe. Suddenly, a woman who was an evil spirit appeared right in front of her. She instantly attacked the woman who was frightened and screaming. Meanwhile, businesswoman was touching her hair with her hand, and suddenly she heard screams and noise coming from other rooms throughout the hotel. What really happened in this strange hotel? The next morning, Fan Xiao and Du Ruo were riding in the elevator. Du Ruo asked if anything had happened during the night, but Fan Xiao said nothing had. Du Ruo admitted that nothing had happened to him either. He even suggested that perhaps Fan Xiao was mistaken and that the evil spirits were not players pretending to be evil spirits, but real evil spirits. However, Fan Xiao yawned and reminded him that just because they were fine did not mean that everyone else was fine, so he suggested that they go down to the first floor to check on the current situation. Fan Xiao and Du Ruo quickly took the elevator down to the first floor. As soon as they arrived on the first floor, they noticed that some of the other players were staring at them. Fan Xiao was slightly surprised that almost all the players were already in the first floor lobby, noting that they had gotten up quite early. Babyface approached them and asked if they were the only ones who had arrived by elevator. Hearing his question, Fan Xiao immediately tried to find out if all the players were on the first floor. Handsome explained that only the sweet couple and the woman who kept shouting that she wanted everyone to live together were missing. Businesswoman was slightly saddened, hoping that nothing had happened to those who were not here. However, at that moment, middle-aged man emotionally said that he didn't know if they were in trouble, but he had almost gotten into trouble yesterday. He was angry when he said that an evil spirit had knocked on his door at night, so he immediately broke things to send a signal. In the end, the middle-aged man did not understand why the businesswoman did not come to his aid, but the businesswoman admitted that someone had also knocked on her door at night. Babyface also reported that someone had knocked on his door as well. This information did not reassure middle-aged man at all, and he continued to shout, thinking that they were talking nonsense. He even advised them to come up with a more plausible story. The man believed that it was better not to get together with such a team at all. Businesswoman quickly explained to him that she didn't care whether they got a team together or not, but that someone had indeed knocked on her door last night. However, middle-aged man's signal sounded only 2 minutes after that, so she explained that she didn't know, because maybe someone was pretending to be an evil spirit, so she didn't take any action. The middle-aged man was still dissatisfied with her answer and accused her of simply looking for excuses not to help anyone. He had signaled, so he believed that they should have come to his aid, regardless of the circumstances. Therefore, he even accused the woman and the others of cowardice. Babyface, who was extremely dissatisfied with the man's accusations, intervened in the conversation again. He pointed out that someone had simply knocked on the door and that he and businesswoman had not sent a signal, but the man had. This meant that the middle-aged man had wasted his chance to help, so he believed that the middle-aged man should blame himself for his fear of death. The middle-aged man was still indignant, believing that Babyface spoke so eloquently, but when he asked for help, Babyface did not come, so he accused Babyface of not being so brave himself. Tired of their shouting, Fan Xiao intervened in the conversation. He decided to clarify the information that everyone had heard yesterday when the evil spirit knocked on their door. The middle-aged man continued to shout that it was true and that he had no reason to lie about it. The businesswoman noted with irritation that it seemed that evil spirits really did exist. Babyface also reminded the others that the curtains said that an evil spirit knocks on the door before killing, which meant that they really did exist. However, at this moment, Fan Xiao caught the attention of all the players as he tried to confess one small detail of what had happened. He even asked that the other players not get too angry with him. After that, he admitted that he had actually forged the writing on the curtains himself and that no evil spirit had written anything on the curtains. Duro was surprised that the guy had revealed his trump card so easily. The other players were in complete shock, completely unable to understand how such a thing could happen. They inquired as to why the guy had forged the inscription on the curtain and what he was up to. Fan Xiao then explained to them that he had created this inscription on the curtain to see if there were any evil spirits in the hotel at all. And after the previous night, the only conclusion was that there were no evil spirits in the hotel at all. After all, if they were real spirits, they certainly wouldn't act on his fake clues, which meant there was only one possibility that some of the players had gotten a special assignment. He clearly pointed out that some of the players were given the task of pretending to be an evil spirit and killing other players. Almost all the players present were completely shocked by the information that the guy had voiced. They began to take turns claiming that they heard someone knocking on their door, but it wasn't them. Someone was still amazed that one of the players was pretending to be an evil spirit. Handsome tried to address the guy, noting that since he had arranged all this, he could be an evil spirit. However, Fan Xiao gave him a cold glance, noting that if it was him, then he might as well not confess about the curtains. And tonight, instead of knocking on the door, he would find a way to enter and kill all the players one by one. Handsome was completely powerless against such arguments, so he didn't even have the right words. Then Duruo intervened in the conversation. He reminded the other players that since their conclusion was that there was a fake evil spirit among them, then everyone was a suspect. However, Duruo happily stated that there was some positive news, because now they knew that their enemy was not an evil spirit, but a human. Fan Xiao explained to everyone that they were essentially playing a werewolf game, but with some differences. In the werewolf game, the werewolf always kills at night, but in their game, when they realize that they are facing a normal player and not an evil spirit, it is no longer as scary to confront the enemy. Handsome was glad too, thinking that if the enemy was human, then they didn't need to be so afraid. The middle-aged man noticed the logic in the guy's words, noting that it all sounded plausible, because if it was a real evil spirit, then it wouldn't be knocking on the door. Fan Xiao once again took the lead, explaining to the others that they now had 3 players whose fate was unknown. Therefore, he was suggesting that the rest of the players check what had become of them first, and then decide what to do next. However, the middle-aged man didn't like the guy's plan. He thought that there was no need to confirm anything, because if the players didn't come down, then they were definitely killed by an evil spirit. And based on the fact that a human had done it, that meant a human could kill someone during the day. Despite all the cries of the middle-aged man, Fan Xiao pointed out that the rules of the trial stated that spirits hide their bodies in mattresses, so he noted with a horrified look that surely the players didn't want to sleep on bodies that were hidden in mattresses. The others were also terrified at this prospect. Fan Xiao, as the leader, announced that once they find the bodies, then he would then be able to figure out which one of them is the evil spirit. Handsome wondered if the guy had any other clues and what kind. However, Fan Xiao pointed out to him that there might be a fake evil spirit among them, so he wasn't going to be so stupid as to reveal all his cards. So he advised Handsome to just look for the body in the mattresses. Handsome didn't like that answer from the guy. The middle-aged man was still unhappy with the guy's behavior, believing that the guy was putting fear into them, and they didn't yet know if the guy was telling the truth or lying to them. The very thought of sleeping on a mattress with someone in it gave businesswoman goosebumps all over her body, so she immediately agreed to do a body search. Babyface supported her thought, explaining that everyone would be able to help during the day anyway, and it was unlikely that a fake evil spirit would act so brazenly. Fan Xiao turned his back to them, getting ready to leave. Lastly, he told them that this was all he wanted to tell them, but it was up to them to believe it or not. Du Ruo looked at the guy suspiciously. He wondered what the guy was really up to. After a while in one of the rooms, Fan Xiao continued to search the room and complained that the entire building had 13 floors, hundreds of rooms, and they had already searched almost half of them, but still found nothing. He even began to doubt that a fake evil spirit had hidden the bodies in the mattresses. But at that moment, he heard a suspicious sound behind him and turned around. Standing near the door was Bald Man, who possessed the arrogant doorknob item. Fan Xiao inquired what Bald Man was up to, but the man only smiled slyly. He pointed out that he possessed an E-ranked item, the arrogant doorknob. If this item was placed on a door, the door would completely block sounds from both outside and inside. Fan Xiao was a tough guy, so stuck his hands in his pants pockets and tried to extract information from Bald Man. The guy tried to make sure that Bald Man was the one who pretended to be an evil spirit and killed the 3 players. He was slightly surprised that the item's abilities were really strange and varied. However, Bald Man corrected his thoughts that it was like that, but he only killed the woman who screamed the most, and the other 2 broke the rules and were therefore wiped out by the game. What Fan Xiao wondered the most was why Bald Man hadn't attacked him last night. Bald Man coldly explained that he had one item that allowed him to see the approximate chance of victory against a particular player. Thanks to this, he noticed that the guy was incredibly strong, but the chance of victory against him was only 52%. Therefore, to reassure himself, he didn't attack the guy and instead chose a weaker opponent. Fan Xiao continued to stall for time, quietly wondering why Bald Man had decided to act now. And was Bald Man not afraid of failure when there was only a 52% chance of winning? Plus, he wondered how Bald Man would explain his action to the others and if he had a plan for it. Bald Man, with an arrogant laugh, did not hide the fact that the guy had left him no choice. He had originally planned to leave the showdown with the guy until the last night, but the guy proved to be too cunning. Plus, he had taken 3 items, and together with the evil spirit kit, his chance of defeating the guy was 68%. Bald Man was already anticipating that once he killed the guy and then 2 more players, the task would be completed. Fan Xiao was amused that the evil spirit had to kill 6 players, which was half, since it was as if it was in a classic werewolf game. However, he reminded that Bald Man talks too much, and like a typical villain, told him all his plans. At this moment, Fan Xiao felt his movements become stiff. A smile didn't slip off Bald Man's face when he explained that he had no choice since he had obtained the E-rank toxic mist item, which needed a little time for it to poison the target. Bald Man was a very polite person, so she thanked the guy for obediently helping him buy time. Fan Xiao was surprised that the man was so sneaky that even though he won with a 68% chance, he still poisoned Fan Xiao, and now Fan Xiao couldn't even move. At the same instant, Bald Man pulled out a mask as if out of nowhere and tried to put it on his face. His appearance instantly changed, and he looked like the woman in the red dress who was listed as an evil spirit according to the rules of the game. The mask was an item of E-rank, Evil Spirit Kit. After putting on the mask, one could transform into an evil spirit. Starting at 9 p.m., skills such as passing through walls and stealth appeared, and attack power, physical and mental strength increased significantly. However, the item was exclusive to the dungeons and could not be exchanged or given to someone else. While trying to attack the guy with his claws, Bald Man declared that the survivor was the winner and ways didn't matter, so he didn't care about the guy's opinions on being so mean. Would Fan Xiao be able to do something about this situation, or would someone come to his rescue? Bald Man is a typical villain who needs to tell the protagonist his entire plan instead of just finishing off the protagonist. Everyone needs the protagonist to get the upper hand on the villain. But it's good that here at least the author added a little detail with the toxic mist item, and that Bald Man needed to stall on his own. And that in order to realize his plan, he decided to be sincere and kept talking. Bald Man, in the guise of an evil spirit, tried to pounce on the guy. However, practically at the guy's throat, Bald Man stopped abruptly. Suddenly, vomit came to his throat, and then he vomited. Bald Man fell to the floor, not realizing how this could even happen to him. There was a 68% chance of him winning, and he had even used poison to massacre the guy for sure. Therefore, he didn't understand how he lost in this battle. Behind the guy, a smiling Fan Cheeky appeared. A moment later, the system announced that player Seal had killed player Ant King. After that, an antidote appeared in the guy's hand. Opening the bottle cap, the guy drank the antidote in a flash. The system announced that player Seal could inherit 1 random item from player Ant King, and then the system started searching for an item to inherit. Fan Xiao thought that it looked like the item for calculating the odds of winning only took into account the body's evolution level and equipped artifacts, but didn't take into account the player's abilities. A moment later, the system reported that the guy had obtained the E-rank item, Arrogant Doorknob. According to the system's description, being part of a wooden door worth 500,000, the doorknob has its own pride, incomprehensible to pathetic and insignificant people. The item note stated that if you attach the handle to the door, you can not only lock the room, but also isolate the sound inside. After reading the item's description, the guy decided that he shouldn't rely too much on the abilities of items, especially low-level ones. Fan Cheeky was dissatisfied with how sturdy Bald Man's clothes were. She was dissatisfied that she couldn't even tear his stomach. Leaning over to Bald Man, the guy examined him. He considered that the mask on the guy was the evil spirit artifact, and when he took off the mask, Fan Cheeky could deal with Bald Man's body. The girl thought Bald Man was just her toy. Fan Xiao asked her not to go too far after all, he still needed Bald Man's body. Fan Cheeky was so happy that she even started laughing. Looking at her facial expression, the guy was once again convinced that Angel of Slaughter was acting like a child. Therefore, he thought that he should just let her play for a while. He decided to wait for her to play and disappear before contacting Du Ruo. After a while, Fan Xiao activated the anemia earring. The anemia earring allowed him to establish a connection through the contact of his blood with another person's blood, allowing him to control the person's entire circulatory system for an hour. Eventually, the blood guy put together a blood crossbow. He learned that if he used the blood crossbow to release an arrow made from his blood and it hits the victim's body, he would be able to make a connection with the victim. And then he would be able to make the victim's blood flow backwards or explode. At that moment, his door made a clicking sound. At the same instant, Du Ruo slowly entered the room. Seeing the guy with the blood crossbow in his hands, Du Ruo asked him to wait and explain what was even going on. He admitted that he thought the guy had called him to help the guy. But when he walked in, he saw the guy pointing an arrow at him. Only now did he notice that it looked like the battle was already over. Du Ruo glanced at Baldman, wondering from the guy if this was the evil spirit they were looking for. He noticed that Baldman's body wasn't exactly in good condition, so he assumed that there had been a brutal battle here recently. Du Ruo had thought the guy was just a beginner who had just entered the dungeon. But now he realized that the guy's strength was much greater than it seemed. However, the guy's mental state raised some questions for him. He decided that when he returned, he would have to review the file on Fan Xiao. Du Ruo tried to ask the guy why the evil spirit looked different from the job description. Holding the mask in his hands, Fan Xiao pointed out that it was all about the mask. If the mask was removed, the fake evil spirit would take on its normal appearance. He even admitted that he was sorry that the mask couldn't be taken away with him. After all, there would be good money to be made for such a mask. After sitting down and looking at Baldman's hand, Du Ruo said that he was sure that the evil spirit would be a cannibal, but to his surprise, Baldman was a half-human with no external distinguishing features. Fan Xiao speculated that Baldman might have eaten insects. Then that would explain the lack of noticeable features on Baldman's body. Fan Xiao pointed out that they had another problem. Even though they had dealt with the evil spirit, the task was still not completed. After all, the system was showing that there were 2 days left until the dungeon was closed. Du Ruo realized that the real purpose of the dungeon was not to exorcise the evil spirit at all. But he still didn't understand what the real purpose of this dungeon was. Fan Xiao cryptically confessed that he had one guess in this regard. First of all, he suggested that they go down and carry the body to the hall to explain to the others what really happened. Soon they and the other survivors arrived in the hall, where the guy explained to them what had really happened. He said that he had caught the player playing the role of an evil spirit and then massacred him. Businesswoman admitted with sadness on her face that they had managed to find the bodies of the 3 missing people. But the sight was too violent for her, so they didn't move the bodies to the lobby. Nevertheless, businesswoman thanked the guy, because now that the evil spirit was gone, at least they could relax at night. Du Ruo also joined her, noting that he was very afraid that someone would knock on his door. He thanked the guy for being able to sleep peacefully tonight. Standing behind them, Werewolf wondered what the guy would do if the player playing the role of the evil spirit didn't follow his plan. If the spirit didn't knock on the door and chop off heads, what would the guy do in that case? Fan Xiao clarified that in such a case, everyone would have started to doubt the reality of the evil spirit. After all, then no one would have died, and the evil spirit's behavior would not be in accordance with the fake rules. And if the evil spirit never manifested, then they would be able to safely wait out the dungeon until the end. However, if someone did die, everyone would act together, and then the evil spirit would have almost no chance of successfully accomplishing its task. Werewolf kept asking questions. He wondered what if the player playing the role of the evil spirit had realized the guy's plan and deliberately followed the fake rules to create panic and make the players kill each other. Businesswoman also wondered what would happen if the evil spirit was real and not a disguised player. After all, then the evil spirit would not be following false rules. With this scenario, if people got together, it could really attract the evil spirit and provoke it to attack. From their questions, the guy only exhaled and smiled. He pointed out again that such an option was only possible if the evil spirit actually existed. If they got together, they would have a better chance of surviving an attack. In the worst-case scenario, if any of them died, then it would already be possible to disperse into rooms to minimize casualties. He smirked and even pointed out that if that was the case, he wasn't going to break the rules himself, and he wasn't going to live with the others. Handsome yelled at him in anger. He pointed out that the guy should be held accountable for his actions. After all, if the guy hadn't tampered with the evidence, no one would have panicked. And they would have all just strengthened their defenses, and then maybe no one would have died. However, for all his words, the guy only laughed. Fan Xiao explained to them that the bodies of the 3 dead people spoke quite clearly about the entire situation. He didn't care about their thoughts because the fact was that he had already killed the player who was playing the role of an evil spirit, and he didn't expect any gratitude from them or that they would start trusting him. He even admitted that he didn't trust them at all either. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said he trusted the guy. Now that the spirit was gone, he was interested in another matter. He was going to discuss with everyone how to divide the spoils from the fake evil spirit. Waving the mask in his hands, the guy asked if these were the trophies middle-aged man was talking about. Middle-aged man was glad because he was talking about an item that should drop out after killing a player, especially if it was an evil spirit. However, the guy's look changed abruptly to a cold one. He stated that it was no wonder the man had such a face, so he probably wanted to cover it up with that mask. In his opinion, middle-aged man had done nothing but wanted a trophy. The guy thought middle-aged man's request was just unbelievable chutzpah. Middle-aged man was shocked by his words. The middle-aged man seemed to take great offense at his words, as he started yelling to everyone that the guy was a cannibal and he was the one who confused them with false evidence. He thought that if the artifact remained in the guy's possession, they were unlikely to survive the night in peace. The middle-aged man began to tell them that the guy might come up with some new trap. Handsome intervened in the conversation, asking everyone to calm down. He also pointed out that they hadn't proven that the guy in front of them was a cannibal yet. Nevertheless, Handsome decided that until they could sort things out, it would be logical to give the artifact to someone they trusted. The guy looked at him coldly and wondered who everyone trusted and if he was talking about himself. Handsome tried to dodge the question by saying that he was not talking about himself. Regardless, he considered it a matter of general safety and explained that he had no personal animosity towards the guy. He even asked the guy to understand him on the matter. A middle-aged man jumped at the idea. He thought that the player who aroused the least suspicion among the other players should take the mask. Smiling, Fan Xiao tossed the mask to middle-aged man, declaring that he was suitable. The guy even asked that middle-aged man keep the mask properly. But when middle-aged man caught the mask, he saw a system notification that the item in his hand was exclusive to the dungeon, and that an unfit player could not obtain or use it. Middle-aged man was enraged, believing that the guy was just messing with him. It pissed him off that the item was a quest item, and the guy hadn't told him about it before. However, Fan Xiao only laughed, thinking that watching everyone fight was fun, because it was like going to a circus with monkeys. Middle-aged man announced that the evil spirit danger was actually gone, but the cannibal player was still in front of them. Middle-aged man pointed at the guy, shouting about how he was a cannibal. He even started yelling to everyone that the guy would attack them tonight, so they wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next 2 nights. So the middle-aged man suggested that everyone should get rid of the threat together, as they would all feel better without the cannibal. Everyone was shocked by his words, and only Duruo knew the truth and could barely contain his laughter. However, the guy glared bloodthirstily at the middle-aged man, asking if he was looking for death. Everything went exactly according to his plan, as this was the most opportune moment to provoke the cannibal players to reveal their identities, so he planned to add more fuel to the flames. The middle-aged man had already directly pointed out that the guy had shown his true colors. He was going to take it out on the guy together, but at that moment he was pierced by a spear. Middle-aged man was instantly knocked out of the game. Babyface behind him used shape-shifting clothes. The E-rank item, shape-shifting clothes, is a garment made of a special metal and has the powerful ability to transform shape and change color. One outfit replaces 100 ordinary ones, perfectly solving the problems of the poor. According to the item note, this artifact combined attack and defense. In weapon form, it has the strength of steel, and in armor form, it covers the wearer like a bulletproof vest. According to the second item note, the magical garment has the properties of a liquid. Separated parts can be put back together and reunited. Babyface stated that since he attacked first, then they didn't need to pretend anymore. He glared menacingly at Handsome and Businesswoman, believing that now that the evil spirit was gone, they could now sever all ties with them. Handsome and Businesswoman were startled. Babyface stepped forward, announcing that the other 2 could attack with him. They would quickly deal with the others and feast for the remaining 2 days. Fan Xiao was even slightly surprised at such a sudden turn of events. Businesswoman was surprised that all three players were cannibals. Handsome, on the other hand, thought that there was no need to clarify again, since everything was already obvious. Fan Xiao turned around to Man with Tattoos and Babyface, whether they knew each other. However, Babyface admitted that Man with Tattoos seemed like a cannibal to him. He stopped by Man with Tattoos before 9 p.m. last night to check him out and was right. Stepping forward, Man with Tattoos announced that there were 7 of them left, so 3 against 4, meaning the chances of winning were incredibly high. Man with Tattoos had already discarded the calmness on his face. He admitted that he hadn't eaten anything all day already, so he couldn't wait for the banquet to start. Man with Tattoos lunged at the remaining players. Handsome and Businesswoman were still incredibly scared. However, at this moment, Fan Xiao appeared in front of Handsome and Businesswoman and announced that there would be no banquet. His action surprised Businesswoman, Man with Tattoos, and Handsome. Babyface angrily inquired what he meant. At this point, Fan Xiao apologized to everyone and then revealed that he was actually a white player. Man with Tattoos was enraged that the guy dared to deceive them. Handsome still couldn't figure out if the guy was a human or a cannibal. Du Ruo then grabbed his head as if he had a headache. He then revealed that the guy was a human. He also mentioned that he knew the guy even before this game, so he could vouch for the guy. Du Ruo admitted that all the guy's actions were just a disguise and a tactical move. Werewolf gritted his teeth, stating that he believed the guy. Businesswoman suddenly pulled out her whip, informing him that they'll talk it over later, but first they need to deal with the cannibals. Babyface, as a typical cannibal, could no longer contain his anger. He tried to attack the guy, hoping the guy would pay for his deception. Then the guy pulled out a blood crossbow, which made Babyface back off a bit. However, when the guy shot an arrow from the blood crossbow, Babyface's robes were able to block the arrow. Realizing that the arrows were useless, Babyface rushed to attack, swinging his spear. But at that moment, Businesswoman appeared in front of him and used Queen's Domain ability. Babyface was thrown aside. Businesswoman then revealed her nature, and a grinning mistress with a whip in her hands appeared in front of Babyface. Babyface was incredibly scared, and Businesswoman was beating him with the whip at full force, dominating him. Fan Xiao was surprised that Babyface's armor could defend against the blood arrows, but couldn't even soften the whip blows. He realized that the whip was also an artifact, and apparently of a high level. How will their fate unfold next, and at what speed will they deal with the cannibals? Man with Tattoos and Werewolf clashed their fists. Werewolf was almost as strong as Man with Tattoos, although the latter was furious. Du Ruo decided to seize the moment and tried to attack Man with Tattoos with his sword, but the latter dodged Du Ruo's sword on reflexes. Du Ruo announced to Man with Tattoos that the two of them would be his opponents in this battle. Man with Tattoos was furious. In his thoughts, he confessed that he had absolutely never expected that the guy would deceive them and was not a cannibal. Now the situation for the cannibals was at a maximum disadvantage, as 2 cannibals were facing off against 5 players. Looking at Du Ruo and Werewolf's ongoing fight against Man with Tattoos, the guy noted that it looked like the Special Affairs Agency's forces were in place, so he felt that he didn't need to worry about that fight. To the surprise of the others, the middle-aged man was still alive and asked for their help. However, Handsome smiled slyly, noting that he still couldn't save himself and would die soon. Therefore, Handsome believed that since middle-aged man would die, the enemy should not be allowed to take possession of his items. Middle-aged man was terrified, realizing that his fate was sealed. He even asked Handsome to spare him. However, Handsome didn't listen to him and finished his dirty deed, asking the middle-aged man not to worry about anything, and he even promised that he would definitely avenge him. Businesswoman turned to him and asked him what he was doing. Handsome didn't see anything wrong with what he was doing. He explained that the middle-aged man would have died anyway, which meant that his items would have gone to the cannibal players. Therefore, he believed that what he did was for the greater good. After listening to his excuses, Businesswoman was shocked and couldn't even find the right words. At this point, Fan Xiao decided to address Babyface. He pointed out that Babyface could not win, pointing out that another rat right in front of Babyface's nose had taken his prey and items. Fan Xiao tried to find out why the guy was so persistent in continuing to fight them. He even felt that Babyface should just give up, and then they would let him live. At his words, Babyface became enraged and entered his monster form, telling him to shut up. But the first thing he decided to attack was not Fan Xiao, but Handsome, who had stolen his prey. At this point, Handsome showed why he was still alive as he used speed-running sneakers to escape from Babyface. However, Babyface was not going to let go of such an impudent player. He took aim and swung the spear in his hand. The spear that Babyface threw hit Handsome's back exactly. Babyface smiled, noting that the speed-running sneakers were not of a very high level, but nevertheless, he was now going to take those sneakers for himself. Fan Xiao noticed that the item of armor had come off Babyface's body, which meant that it was a good moment to attack. Taking advantage of the moment, he reactivated the previously released blood arrow, and then threw it straight at Babyface's back. Babyface couldn't understand what had even happened. He didn't feel any pain at all. Suddenly, it was as if his body began to swell up, and he felt violently sick. Babyface turned around to look at the smirking guy, realizing that he was the one who had attacked him. Fan Xiao smiled and then uttered a single word: boom. In the same instant, the guy's body was destroyed, and the system reported that player Seal had obtained the E-ranked item, Shape-Shifting Clothes. Man with Tattoos was stunned to see his ally vaporized literally before his eyes. At this moment, Man with Tattoos let his guard down, and Duruo appeared behind him. He asked him if Man with Tattoos thought now was the best time to be distracted from their battle. Man with Tattoos did not have time to react, so Duruo pierced his back with his sword. Man with Tattoos couldn't understand how this was possible. And now they had 3 more dead players: Man with Tattoos, Babyface, and Middle-Aged Man. Handsome was still trying to cling to his pathetic life. He begged for Fan Xiao to save his life. However, Fan Xiao pointed out that he wouldn't be able to save himself anyway, and would die soon. With a sly smile, Fan Xiao wondered if Handsome was familiar with this phrase. However, he said that although he was not acting morally, he was a humanitarian at heart, so he announced that he would not kill Handsome. The truth is, though, that Handsome only has a pair of useless, speed-running sneakers. Businesswoman, who was listening to their conversation, was surprised to hear the word humanism from the guy. Nevertheless, she thought that the guy's moral level was pretty high, and that at least it was higher than that of a guy lying on the ground. Businesswoman dealt Handsome both a moral and physical blow, informing her that too often the team was filled with people who were unwilling to help but happy to take advantage. At this point, animal ears appeared on Businesswoman's head. She reported that she rather liked people like the guy in front of her, smart and brave. Fan Xiao was surprised that there was another one of the half-human among the players. An overjoyed Duruo began whistling a song, noting that he didn't think at all that they would be able to deal with all the dangers before the end of the first day. Werewolf noted with a bit of sadness that of all the players, it was just the 4 of them left. Businesswoman reported that the main reason for the problems was the mechanics of the dungeon. They thought they had to avoid evil spirits, but it turned out to be similar to Werewolf's game, so they had to simultaneously defend themselves from the evil spirit and find cannibals among the players. Duruo also explained that putting the evil spirit item in Bald Man's hands also had a certain effect. After all, Bald Man eliminated 3 people in one night, which increased the advantage of the cannibals. As a result, in response to the provocation, the cannibals gave themselves away. Putting his arm around Fan Xiao's shoulder, Duruo mentioned that thanks to his strategy with fishing, they were able to catch the evil spirit and cannibals on the first day already. Therefore, he felt that the guy's grade in this dungeon would definitely not be low. Businesswoman's facial features softened, and she extended her hand to the guy, informing him that they should get acquainted. Businesswoman informed that her name was Yan Kenning, and that she was Businesswoman. Duruo also introduced himself, and then Werewolf admitted that his name was Xu Yao. Fan Xiao decided to inform the others that his name was Fan Jian, which extremely surprised the other players. This reaction from the players was not surprising, as such a name sounded like an insult. Yan Kenning winked at the guy and waved her hand, noting that a man who is petty and stingy can unwittingly miss out on many opportunities. The guy took the hint, informing that he was actually joking and that his name was Fan Xiao. He also mentioned that he came from the 010 district. A joyful Duruo reported that he was also from the same district. Yan Kenning was surprised, noting that it was an incredible coincidence, but she was also from this district. Xu Yao also said with a smile that he was also from this district, noting that they had a fateful meeting at this hotel. Hearing such information, a bright smile appeared on Du Ruo's face. He announced that the fact that they were from the same district was completely normal. After all, players from the same world district are often found in E-rank dungeons. He admitted that he had had similar encounters with other people before. He then decided to ask the two half-humans if they had heard anything about the Special Affairs Agency, but judging from the expressions on their faces, they hadn't heard anything about it. So Du Ruo explained to them that the Special Affairs Agency was a newly created government agency that dealt with events related to players and the game evolution. He also admitted that the Special Affairs Agency had managed to recruit many players so far, and that they now had a huge database and resources that could greatly help players. Du Ruo took out a business card from his pocket, where the phone number of the Special Affairs Agency was listed. He handed the business card to them, noting that if they were interested in such an offer, they could contact him after they left the dungeon. When they received the business cards from Du Ruo, Yan Kenning thought that since they were from the same world, they could get to know each other better if they had the chance, and that after returning to their world, they could meet again, or they could make an agreement and go to the same dungeon together. Xu Yao was curious if the evil spirit and cannibals were destroyed. Does it count if they passed the dungeon? Fan Xiao pointed out that the evil spirit item was exclusive, so other players can't use it, which means a new evil spirit won't appear. Therefore, he believed that they needed to hold out for 2 days in the hotel, and then the quest would be completed. 2 days later, Space-Time Train Station. The system reported that the E-rank Fortune Hotel dungeon had been passed. According to the system, Player Seal received a grade of A. Player Rabbit, aka Du Ruo, received a grade of B. Player Ragdoll Cat, also known as Yan Kenning, received a grade of C. Player Snowwolf, aka Xu Yao, also received a grade of C. The guy was even surprised when all of their nicknames in the game were voiced, thinking that he had gotten into a zoo. The system then announced that the dungeon rewards were starting to be given out. The system asked all players to check their inventory. Looking at his inventory, Fan Xiao began to examine what he had gotten for passing the dungeon. Scenario rewards: 1 D-rank item, 2 tickets for the space-time train, 3 vials of E-rank evolution elixir, 3 vials of E-rank mental recovery elixir, 3 vials of E-rank healing elixir, 1 vial of E-rank truth serum, 8,000 in-game currency. In addition, he received a special reward, a D-rank item called Master Antidote. The item description read, "Players who can poison others often find it difficult to defend themselves. Where there's demand, there's supply, so poison-resistant items have emerged. But did you know that creating such an item requires the sacrifice of 1 Master Antidote? Please take care of your life and stay away from players. If there are no buyers, there will be no kills." Note: the host is immune to all rank D and B viruses, poisons, biological toxins, and hazardous substances. The guy quickly realized that the Master Antidote was a passive item. The item only needed to be activated once, and the ability to be immune to poison would become a permanent passive attribute of the wielder. Fan Xiao thought that this item was much more convenient than the anemia earring, which needed to be activated every time. At the same instant, a system notification appeared in front of the guy. The system informed him that E-ranked players could only use 3 items at a time, and the excess items had to be discarded or exchanged for in-game currency. Fan Xiao currently had the anemia earring, Master Antidote, arrogant doorknob, and shape-shifting clothes. Fan Xiao was slightly surprised that the game had such restrictions. However, he had no choice, so he took the opportunity to ask the other players if they needed the item that was currently in his hands, as he had an extra item. He decided to get rid of the arrogant doorknob. Du Ruo immediately realized that the guy's inventory was full, and he didn't have any more free space. Yan Kenning was surprised when she heard that there was a limit in the inventory. As the most informed player among them, he clarified that E-rank players could only have 3 items at a time. However, he asked that Fan Xiao not look in his direction, as he didn't need the arrogant doorknob. Yan Kenning thought that the arrogant doorknob was a useful item in certain situations. However, given the limitations of inventory space, She thought that there was no point in keeping the arrogant doorknob in her inventory. She even considered that next time, if a good item fell out, she would have to think about what to do with the arrogant doorknob. Zhu Yao also refused the guy's offer. Fan Xiao sadly exhaled, realizing that he had expected this outcome when he voiced his proposal. In the end, he chose to dispose of the item arrogant doorknob. The system disposed of the E-rank item arrogant doorknob, giving him 10,000 game coins in exchange. Fan Xiao was surprised that the system paid him 10,000 game coins for the E-rank item. He didn't put his evolution on hold and immediately drank 3 vials of the E-rank evolution elixir. Looking at his evolution level, he found 27% there. He was even upset, noting that he had only gotten 7% to evolutionary progress this time. The guy remembered that last time, 3 vials of evolution elixir had given 11% to evolution, but now it was only 7% to evolution. He ended up thinking that perhaps the E-ranked evolution elixir could only raise the evolution rate to 27%, or the body was gradually developing resistance to the elixir. Stepping into the car of the arriving train, the guy decided to test this theory on the next batch of elixir. While on the train, the guy looked at his phone. He noticed that the release date differed by 2 days compared to the last time. Therefore, he thought that time inside the dungeons was flowing erratically. However, he noticed that he had 3 missed calls from Lu Baiji. Going into their shared chat room, Fan Xiao reported that he had returned. Lu Xining asked if he was willing to discuss details about the game online. Fan Xiao decided to banter with her, noting that she was asking strange questions. He even asked her if her identity had been revealed by the Special Affairs Agency. The girl admitted that the Special Affairs Agency people had already found her and her sister. She wondered how Special Affairs Agency had figured out the guy. She feared that it had something to do with the fact that she had called him on the phone last time. However, the guy asked her not to worry since the agency didn't find him because of them. Besides, he admitted that he wasn't going to hide from the beginning. Xining's face turned red and she exhaled in relief. The girl was glad that the guy wasn't hurt because of her. Xining wondered if the guy had gone to another dungeon. Fan Xiao admitted that he had just come out of the dungeon. Xining's face became serious. She stated that she wanted to buy information from the guy and asked him to tell her the price for the information. Fan Xiao decided to tell her not to think about paying him money for the information. He informed her that they would have to go to the dungeon together soon, so he thought that he would just share the information with them for nothing. After his words, the girls received a compressed file from Fan Xiao that was 20 megabytes in size. Reading the information about Fan Xiao's second dungeon walkthrough, Baiji was horrified. After all, the challenge was a werewolf game where players had to complete tasks to kill other players. The girl thought such a dungeon was too cruel. Xining noticed, though, baiting opponents right in the dungeon was Fan Xiao's style. She wondered if the guy was afraid that an evil spirit or cannibal wouldn't want to die so easily and would put up a fight to the last man. However, the guy admitted that the point was to lure out those who were going to do evil and then wait for them to make the first move before eliminating them. He was confident in himself, so he took the risk. After that, he went to the refrigerator and asked the girls what they were doing now. Baiji was running on the treadmill, noting that she does workouts. She confessed that she does so because her sister told her that the evolutionary index only reflects basic physical parameters. So to utilize 100% of one's potential, one has to squeeze the most out of the body through workouts. Xining, on the other hand, was helping her sister with her study homework. Looking at the material, the guy noticed that the knowledge scores covered the entire high school. He realized that Baiji was in her final year of high school. The guy noticed that if Xining did everything for her sister, it might affect her sister's grades in school. Xining, on the other hand, thought that her sister's knowledge base was strong and that a little time would not affect her grades. In addition to that, she believed that her sister's knowledge gaps could always be filled by luck. She even confessed that Baiji had such a case where she answered all the difficult questions in a test and hit all the right answers. The guy was surprised that Baiji was so lucky. The girl's face turned red at that moment. Xining continued to praise her sister, noting that she wasn't just lucky. The girl even stated that she had never met anyone luckier than her sister. After listening to them, the guy decided not to tell them that at one time he had been saving up his luck to use his luck for his final exams. The guy decided not to set a bad example for them. In the end, he stated that he had some things to do and that he wouldn't enter the dungeons for now. In the end, they decided that they would agree on a meeting place later when the girls were ready to go to the dungeons. After a while, Fan Xiao decided to go eat at the nearest establishment. However, his current supply of luck was 120 out of 200, so he made the food inedible by his bad luck and knocked over the dishes with food. The angry woman informed him that the guy had exceeded the limit of available ingredients, so no one would refund his deposit. The guy didn't fight back, stating that he would pay for everything. However, at that point, there was a network failure, and he was unable to connect to the app to pay the bill. The woman was angry, not understanding why the guy still hadn't paid the bill. She wondered if the guy was plotting to eat at someone else's expense. Forgetting to pay using the internet, Fan Xiao decided to pay in cash. He remembered that today was the 7th day of accumulating luck for the sake of activating a superpower, so his level of bad luck was already visible to the naked eye. Fan Xiao decided that it was now time to go into high caution mode. After all, when natural disasters happened too often, it was time to fear human disasters. At that moment, he got a call on his phone from his mother. Looks like we found his biggest vulnerability, his mother. He probably hadn't shown up at her house or called her in a while. What are Fan Xiao's future plans for his life? Fan Xiao tried to find out if something had happened to his mother, since she had decided to call him. His mother began to complain that he hadn't come home for dinner in over 2 months, so she asked him to find time this week to come home. In addition, his mother noted that his brother and sister would also like to see him. However, the guy said that he had been very busy at work lately. He noted that working in the design field meant dealing with difficult and demanding clients. Therefore, he said that he didn't have time this week, but he would definitely come next week. However, his mother was not satisfied with his answer. She began to complain that his job did not pay much, but for some reason, he was always busy. In the end, she said she would talk to his Uncle Song and ask him to get him a more relaxed and lucrative position in his company. She told her son not to refuse his uncle's help this time. This was not the first time Fan Xiao had had this conversation with his mother. He calmly stated that he did not need a new job because he liked his current job and did not want to change anything. His mother never liked her son's response to her lectures. Fan Xiao remembered that Uncle Song was his mother's second husband, whom she married after a month of his persistence and luck. Although he already had 2 children before their marriage, he was a kind man and treated his mother well. He thought that everything was going well and harmoniously for them, so he believed that he didn't need to worry about them. His mother continued to advise her son. She asked him to listen to her, noting that he needed to find a job that would bring in money. His passion for design would not help him in any way. In the end, he chose to simply agree with his mother, saying that she was right. Fan Xiao believed that when comparing the quiet life they could have given him and his independence, he preferred to live on his own. Moreover, he chooses to live this way, not only so that his freedom is not restricted, but also so as not to harm his loved ones while he accumulates his luck. So Fan Xiao is not just a capricious child crying about restrictions on his freedom. In the end, his mother got angry with him. She believed that if her son didn't want to change jobs, then he should at least get treatment for his illness. His mother said that she had already found a new psychologist for him and made an appointment. She explained that she would send him the phone number and address of the clinic later, telling him that he must go to see the psychologist. But Fan Xiao once again told his mother that he wasn't sick. At that point, his mother simply ended the conversation. Realizing that he had no choice, he decided that he first needed to wash the oil stain off his clothes. After a while, Fan Xiao arrived at the shopping center. He went to the restroom to wash the oil stain off his clothes in the sink. While doing so, he thought about his life. When he was 13, he accidentally fell down the stairs and hit his head. The guy didn't know if he had damaged his head at that time, or if it was something else. But after that moment, a vague memory appeared in his head. According to this memory, he had an older sister who took very good care of him. After several examinations at the hospital, the results always showed no physical problems. Therefore, he did not know why this vague memory appeared out of nowhere in his head. So, at the age of 13, the guy decided that it was not a physical problem with his body, but a psychological one. After that incident, he began to periodically visit a psychologist, undergo psychotherapy, and take medication. At 14, he realized that his bad luck and good luck were things he could control at will. At that moment, he realized that he wasn't born unlucky at all, but actually had special abilities. When he attempted to utilize his good fortune to restore his brain to its normal state, he discovered that the memory from the past was a real memory that he had been fortunate to recall after hitting his head. But when he tried to find this older sister by chance, he was unsuccessful. However, he now had a new theory. The guy assumed that his erased memory was related to players from another dimension who had come to this world many years ago, using items or abilities to change his memory. At that moment, he used shape-shifting clothes. Therefore, he made an important decision for himself. In order to survive or restore his memories, he must continue to participate in the evolution game. After a while, he finally arrived at the building where the psychologist his mother had told him to go was located. He decided to go to the psychologist today for 2 reasons. The first reason for going to the psychologist was to calm his mother down, because otherwise she would not leave him alone. The second reason was that even if some kind of disaster caused by failure occurred during the session with the psychologist, he still wouldn't be able to hide from it. Sipping tea, the psychologist claimed that he was already familiar with the guy's problem, so he advised him not to worry too much. He believed that the fact that the guy had vague memories was not so strange. The man noted that the guy's situation was just an illness, like a common cold. Therefore, he claimed that the guy's psychological illness could also be gradually cured. With a creepy smile, he said that many psychological illnesses are caused by residual problems. The man noted with understanding that he had heard from the guy's mother that he had not received enough attention as a child, and that this was probably why the guy had invented an older sister who replaced his parents and fulfilled their role. He asked whether, in the guy's memories, his older sister had been very caring and whether she had looked after him. Fully understanding what the psychologist was hinting at, the guy decided to help him. He said that his older sister had taken good care of him and protected him. Having received the desired response from the guy, the man began to wave his arms around vainly, noting that this was the root of their problem. He believed that the guy had decided to fill the lack of parental attention with a fantasy about a caring older sister, which led to the appearance of the older sister. Therefore, he argued that if the guy wanted to get treatment, he had to start with the root of the problem. To do this, the guy had to realize and accept his shortcomings and those of his parents. With a creepy smile on his face, he said that the guy needed to acknowledge reality on a conscious level and accept his past. The guy said that the plan sounded pretty simple. However, the psychologist said that this was only in theory and that the process itself required medication and psychological therapy. Therefore, the man advised the guy to start by drinking the tea in front of him. As soon as the guy drank the tea offered by the man, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Fan Sao noticed that Master Antidote had taken effect, which meant that the man had added something to his tea. However, the man clearly did not know that poisons did not work on the guy, so the guy decided to try what the man had added to the tea. After drinking the tea, he realized that truth serum had been added to it. The guy had received this drug as a reward for completing a dungeon, and he had tried a little bit of it then, so he immediately recognized the taste of truth serum. However, he was curious as to why an ordinary psychologist would spike his tea with truth serum. Looking at the smiling man in front of him, the guy realized that his failure had once again led to a human catastrophe. In the end, he decided to see what the man had in mind. The man became more confident, asking if the guy had anything else bothering him besides his memory problems. Fan Xiao admitted that he had a lot of things bothering him. The man was eager to find out what exactly was bothering the guy. Fan Xiao admitted that he is always lucky in everything he does. For example, he explained that he bought a lottery ticket for the first time and immediately won the grand prize. He also admitted that he learns everything very quickly, not only knowledge but also skills, and in many areas. However, the doctor decided to interrupt his boastful monologue. The doctor was amazed. Was this guy some kind of chosen one, or was he just bragging? The man continued to press him, asking if the guy had noticed any changes in his habits. He was curious to know if the guy's appetite had increased recently, but the guy categorically replied no. The doctor continued to question him, asking if the guy had any desire to attack small animals because of hunger, but the guy again answered in the negative. Then the doctor asked if the guy's strength had increased recently, but the guy again answered in the negative. Clutching his head, the doctor decided that today he was simply dealing with a normal, mentally ill person. Therefore, he decided to follow standard procedure. But Fan Xiao was not going to let him off so easily, so he used the anemia earring. At that moment, a small cut appeared on the shocked doctor's face. Standing in front of him, the guy smiled, making no attempt to hide his intentions. The doctor was shocked to realize that he was facing a player. He understood that the guy had used a game item. At that moment, the doctor felt his head become incredibly heavy and his legs give way, causing him to fall to the floor. The man realized that he had most likely been affected by the guy's game item. Grabbing the man by the collar, Fan Xiao asked if Dr. Cheng was also a player. The doctor tried to avoid answering his question, saying that he knew nothing. Then Fan Xiao took out his vial of truth serum, rank E. He understood perfectly well that the doctor seemed to have mental resistance, so he decided to increase the intensity of the truth serum. And then he poured the truth serum into the man's mouth. The man who had been resisting him just a moment ago collapsed to the floor again. Noticing the man's empty gaze, the guy decided that the truth serum was working. He was going to loosen his blood control so that the man would tell him the truth. Looking down at the man, Fan Xiao asked if he was a player. He also asked what rank he was. The man admitted that he was an E-rank player. Fan Xiao was curious as to why the man was looking for players. The doctor admitted that they were looking for players and that evolved were also their target. The guy was surprised because, based on the man's words, there was an entire organization behind him. The doctor said that many evolved suffer from mutations, but hospitals cannot find the cause of the problem. Then the evolved turn to psychologists, and players often fall into PTSD after quests and also need help. The man admitted that using his cover, he had already found 3 evolved and 1 player. Fan Xiao realized that they were simply baiting players and evolved. He realized that if someone from the Special Affairs Agency had been standing in front of him, they would have recognized him immediately. However, the man worked for another organization created by the players themselves. This organization found and caught players who were not affiliated with any organization. In the end, he picked up his phone, deciding that he needed to video record the interrogation he was about to conduct so that the Special Affairs Agency would be aware of the situation. What would his investigation of an organization made up of other players lead to? Fan Xiao asked the doctor what the purpose of their organization was. The man admitted that they were rounding up players to breed them like cattle. They used special items to hold players' loved ones hostage. In this way, they forced players to go to dungeons again and again, after which the players would give them all their dungeon rewards they received. Fan Xiao was curious to know what kind of item they were using. The doctor explained that they were using a D-rank item that belonged to their boss. It was enough to touch a person and thus tag the person. Subsequently, using this item, it was possible to remotely make a marked person die of some disease. However, the doctor admitted that the power of this item worked only on ordinary people, or on evolved with a low level of evolution. The item was completely useless against evolved with evolution above 7%. Fan Xiao decided to clarify that since their boss had a D-rank item, was their boss a D-rank player? The man admitted that he was, and that their boss had gotten into the evolution game from the very beginning. A month after the game was released, he had already become a D-rank player. The guy was curious what became of the 3 evolved, and the player the doctor found. The man stated that 2 people refused to obey, so the boss killed them and their families. The other 2 people had disappeared after the last dungeon trip, so he assumed they were dead. As he continued filming his interrogation of the doctor on his phone, the guy noticed that parasites like the doctor and his whole gang were everywhere, so he wasn't surprised by that. The guy started trying to find out if their organization had other methods of finding players other than the doctor looking for players. The man confirmed his hunch. He said that they often encounter players from the same world in E-Rank's dungeons. Therefore, they pretend to gain their trust and get the necessary contacts. In real life, each member of their gang had their own method of searching, but they all weren't particularly effective. He thought his method was the most effective. Fan Xiao exhaled quietly. He had not expected that an ordinary visit to a psychologist would turn out like this. The guy clearly realized that his losing streak during his luck accumulation had once again broken the record. Fan Xiao tried to find out how many members their organization had. The man revealed that there were 6 official members in their organization. In addition to the official members, there are 12 other evolved and players they've raised. After that, the guy told the doctor to tell the doctor everything he knew about the other members of the organization, including their boss. After much discussion, Fan Xiao decided that the material he had received was enough to inform the Special Affairs Agency. Therefore, he stopped videotaping the man. With a sly lick, he was going to go about his business now. Leaning closer to the man, he tried to find out what items the man had and what those items were capable of. The doctor obediently revealed that he had 3 E-rank items. The first item was the extreme electroshock therapy. The item stunned for 3 seconds if the evolved had an evolution level below 20%. The second item was flaming shackles. Automatically binds the enemy 10 meters long. Third item, weather puppet. Predicts the weather for a week. After that, the guy ordered the doctor to take out the items and hand them over to him gratuitously. However, the next second, he was surprised as the doctor no longer showed the same submissiveness. The doctor managed to get out of the control of the potion and immediately summoned the flaming shackles item. Jumping aside slightly, the guy was amused that as soon as the doctor regained consciousness, he instinctively tried to use the item. The man was incredibly angry that the guy didn't have an innate ability. He even furiously asked if the guy was a cannibal player. However, the guy didn't bother to answer his question, but only snapped his fingers. The man's legs instantly went under and the flame shackles item fell out of his hand. After the man fell to the floor, Fan Xiao warned him that if he just thought about it, the man would explode. After that, the blood would scatter all over the walls and the body wouldn't even be able to be collected. Therefore, he pointed out that if the doctor knew what he was talking about, then the doctor shouldn't do anything stupid. After that, he snapped his fingers again, authorizing the doctor to use the upper part of the body. The guy then told the doctor to get his items and waive his rights to them. The doctor stated that the guy was incredibly strong, so he was willing to surrender. But he didn't like the idea of giving the guy his items, so he told the guy to forget the idea. Looking at him, the guy was extremely disappointed to note that the doctor was incredibly brave, who wasn't even afraid to die. At the same time, his right hand was enveloped by a red aura, which greatly surprised the doctor. The man immediately started making excuses that that's not what he meant to say at all, and that the guy had misunderstood him. He decided that he could bargain. The man noted that if the guy guaranteed him that he would survive, he would then give him all of his items. With a red aura enveloping his arm, the guy approached the doctor with a sinister smile. The doctor pleaded for the guy not to kill him. He even shouted that he had an incredibly lucrative offer for him. The guy just had to believe him. Fan Xiao began to mock the doctor, noting that the doctor was so nervous. Also, the guy never said that he would kill him. Afterwards, the guy admitted that the items the doctor had, he didn't really care much about them. Even if he took the items from the man, he would immediately sell them to the system, earning him some in-game coins for the items. The man tried to find out his fate, what the guy was going to do to him. What was his surprise when the guy stated that criminals like the man could be dealt with simply, so he would turn him in to the police. Showing his phone, Fan Xiao reminded the man that he had already taken all the necessary evidence and videotaped the man's confession. So the man had said everything he could about himself with his own mouth. Next, the guy was going to contact Special Affairs Agency. Special Affairs Agency would take care of the man, so he saw fit to tell the man not to worry about anything, because he was not going to kill him right there. However, he pointed out that such a plan would only be implemented after the man gave him his items. If the man refused to give him the items, he would first take the man's life and then report the incident to the Special Affairs Agency. He will report to Special Affairs Agency that the man resisted, and he will accidentally deal with the man. The guy found those options pretty reasonable. The man was crushed by what he said. He stated that the guy had previously claimed that he was not interested in his items, but the guy had only pointed out that even garbage could find a use. He then informed with a sinister smile that the doctor had seconds to make a decision. He immediately started counting down. The doctor began begging him to stop and not to involve the Special Affairs Agency. The man, in a panic, even stated that he would introduce the guy to his boss. After all, the guy is so strong, so he was sure that the boss would want to accept him into their organization. Then the guy together with them will be able to get a lot of evolution items and potions. However, the guy was adamant on this point and stated with a smile that the doctor had 6 seconds to make a decision. The doctor tried desperately to change the guy's mind. He wondered if the guy was completely uninterested in temptation. The man was suggesting that the guy think about capitalists. He was suggesting that the guy imagine how fast their assets were growing. But against all his cries, the guy announced that the man had 4 seconds left. Bowing his head, the man declared that he would give him all of his items. Leaning toward him, the guy declared that the doctor had made a wise choice. After all, it was better to delay the verdict than to die right now. At least the man would be able to live for at least a few more days. Soon many cars arrived at the psychologist's clinic. The guy was surprised that the Special Affairs Agency had arrived so quickly. Duruo appeared in the room and wondered if the guy was under the curse of bad luck. Duruo was amused that not much time had passed since the guy was attacked by Evolved, but the guy had managed to get into trouble again. He even considered that the guy definitely had some kind of black mark on him. Not the least bit embarrassed, Fan Xiao explained that everyone had bad luck. Even if he is a great loser, it is only for criminals. To ordinary people, on the other hand, he had hardly done any harm at all. Furthermore, he pointed out that he had won the lottery 4 times, so he was definitely luckier than Duruo. Duruo was resigned to this turn of events. Nevertheless, he asked if there was nothing wrong with the guy's psyche. After all, there was a reason why he had come to see a psychologist. Fan Xiao smilingly told him that of course he had a problem, otherwise why would he spend his time catching criminals as if it was a hobby? After looking at him, Duruo thought that he was fine. Duruo admitted that he was surprised that the guy suddenly turned to him instead of dealing with the man himself. The guy explained that it wasn't very convenient because he had been playing too much lately. Besides, he wanted to see what the praised Special Affairs Agency was capable of. Duruo had bragged so much about his Special Affairs Agency. He wondered how many Special Affairs Agency agents he had under him. In fact, during the luck accumulation phase, he didn't want to cause too much trouble, so he contacted Duruo. However, Duruo explained that he was only a captain. There are many supervisors and the director above him, but Duruo was grateful that the guy had given him a great opportunity to capture a whole group of player farmers. Therefore, he hoped that he could get a promotion after apprehending such criminals. Fan Xiao was trying to find out if the promotion didn't depend on results alone. He was curious if Duruo's rank as a player had increased. Duruo clucked his tongue, noting that it was quite hard for him to communicate with smart guys like him, as he always had to be on guard. With a smile, Duruo admitted that after completing the dungeon with the hotel, he had become a D-ranked player. After hearing about D-rank, the guy tried to find out if anything had changed. Then Duruo shared that the most important thing was that the access area, or simply put the map, had expanded. E-rank players could only move within stations, trains and dungeons. Starting with D-rank, players could move freely. For example, after completing a task, a D-ranked player was not forcibly returned to the station by the system. It was up to the D-rank player to decide whether to stay or leave. The guy tried to find out what was outside the dungeons and if there were other world areas. Duruo explained that the dungeons were tied to certain world areas. It wasn't 100% information yet, as there wasn't much data yet. When a dungeon is completed, and the space is no longer isolated, a player of D rank and above can leave the dungeon to go to that particular world area. Fan Xiao tried to find out what the world area was. He even wondered if it was a paradise or a magical world. However, there was no joy in Duruo's eyes. He admitted that after becoming a D-ranked player, he had only gone through one dungeon. The world outside the dungeon didn't seem like a fairy tale to him at all. Society was in shambles, civilization was in decline, and powerful players ruled the regions. It was incredibly hard for ordinary people to survive. However, from the information Duruo had managed to obtain, there were other world areas that were. However, he knew about other areas of the world that were completely different from each other. At least Duruo managed to obtain such information. There, the world completely merged with the 9th dimension and became part of the game. An order has been established in these areas. Players and ordinary people lived together and civilization flourished. Fan Xiao hoped that they too would one day live to such a future. His words made Duruo smile. Fan Xiao suddenly remembered an important piece of information. He tried to find out how many dungeons one had to go through to become a D-ranked player. Duruo pointed out that it all depended on the grade in the dungeon. He had passed 5 dungeons, but he believed that his 2 A grades had sped up the process. Duruo then admitted that according to their calculations, if they didn't count the initial dungeon, 3 A-rated dungeons would probably be enough for a player to advance to D rank. After that, a girl appeared, thanking the guy for his cooperation. She said with a smile that they had already picked up Cheng's doctor, but they would continue to track and detain the rest of the organization. Duruo laughed loudly, teasing that now all of his statistics of solving cases would be held on the guy's information. Therefore, if the guy gets into something again, he should call him. Wu Yangqing grabbed Duruo by the collar, noting that it was already time for them to leave, and dragged him towards the exit of the room. Soon, Fan Xiao returned home. Sitting on the couch, the first thing he did was to send the weather doll item into the system, since he didn't really need it. After looking at the remaining 2 items, the guy concluded that they were beyond the number of items allowed by the system, so even if he just carried them around, they still wouldn't work. He considered their practical value to be rather low, so he decided to let the items lie in reserve for now. So when the system asked if the items were worth keeping, the guy clicked on the yes choice. The guy still hoped that he would be able to exchange these items with other players later, which would help him expand his connections. At that moment, his phone vibrated as he received a message. Jining reported that her doll was ready, so they could head to the dungeon. Since the guy said he couldn't come to them, they decided to come to his place. Baiji informed that her sister had taken tickets for 10 in the morning, so they would be in Anchen by 12 o'clock. The girl inquired where he lived. However, the guy informed her that he would meet them himself. Besides, he had one thing he needed their help with. What was the guy up to? What are his plans for the 2 sisters? What kind of trouble will he get them into with his bad luck? After a while in the airport parking lot, after looking at the time on his phone screen, the guy decided that the best thing to do now would be to turn off the luck accumulation effect so that his luck would return to its normal state. As long as he doesn't use the accumulated luck, then it won't go anywhere. Therefore, he could continue to accumulate his luck later on. As he continued to look at the time on his phone, he regretfully noted that they hadn't arrived yet, and he would have to wait for them for a while. However, in the next moment, he noticed someone approaching him. Lu Xining and Lu Baiji were approaching him. Xining waved his hand for him to pay attention to her, and then they said hello to him. Noticing the pattern on Baiji's clothes, the guy thought it was the head of a rabbit. Didn't he recognize Pikachu? Fan Xiao tried to find out if they were tired on the road, realizing that they probably hadn't eaten anything, so he inquired about what they wanted to eat. In addition, the guy stated that he would pay for everything. However, Baiji wished that the guy himself would recommend them what and where to eat, since she and her sister were not very familiar with Ancheng. Fan Xiao then said that he knew a great restaurant that served pot stew and would take them there. To do so, he invited them to get into his car first. When Xining got into his car, he could not take his eyes off her. He didn't understand why Xining had chosen such revealing clothes. Fan Xiao thought that the girl was very intelligent, and that she must surely realize that there might be players with dirty thoughts in the dungeons who might take advantage of the moment. But at that moment, a thought suddenly popped into his head. He asked the girl if the stockings and short skirt was a game item that she had gotten after the initial dungeon. Blushing slightly, the girl admitted with irritation in her voice that it was, and if she could, there was no way she would dress like that. The skirt wasn't just a prop, as the skirt actually had a built-in cleaning feature and also allowed her to shrink the doll, turning the doll into a portable accessory. The 3 custom-made dolls originally weighed over 250 kilograms. However, now that they are hanging on the skirt as accessories, their weight has been reduced to almost 0. Fan Xiao once again marveled at how strange game items could be. After getting into the car, he said that they should stop at a restaurant to eat first, and then they should walk around Ancheng for a while. Xining was a little surprised that they were going to walk around the city. She had thought that they would almost immediately head to the dungeon. However, as he turned towards them, he looked at Baiji, informing them that he needed their help, or more specifically, Baiji's help. The girl blushed at that look. She didn't understand what the guy was up to. Soon they were already sitting in the restaurant and eating. Shining was surprised by the guy's words. Based on the guy's words, he had an item that amplified bad luck, and he wanted to see if Baiji's luck could neutralize bad luck. Standing up from the table, Shining didn't understand why the guy still kept the item with him instead of getting rid of it. But the guy calmly explained that an item capable of affecting causality was incredibly rare, and that he felt sorry to throw away such an item. After all, there could always be a special situation where the item would be needed. Sitting back down on the couch, Shining couldn't hide her tiredness from the conversation. She didn't understand why a guy would choose to occupy a slot with such a useless item. However, she advised to ask Baiji everything since she had nothing to do with it. Baiji's face turned slightly red as she hesitantly stated that she was willing to help him. But she didn't know what she should do, so she wanted to find out the information first. The guy then stated with a smile that she just had to be around him for a while and mentally wish he was lucky. According to him, nothing more was required from the girl. Baiji happily agreed to his proposal. In fact, he had started saving up his luck since the beginning of lunch, and so far there hadn't been a single incident caused by his bad luck. Therefore, he was already starting to think that Baiji could actually bring good luck. At this moment, Shining remembered that the guy had mentioned the 2 items he had gotten, so she was curious as to which items they were. The guy immediately revealed that they were extreme electroshock therapy and flaming shackles. However, the girls were not particularly impressed with his display of items. Fan Xiao even asked them that they should not look at him with such a gaze. He explained to them that even though the names of the items may sound ridiculous, indeed they were quite useful in battle. After hearing his words, the girls began to look more closely at the items the guy offered them. In the end, Shining decided that the extreme electroshock therapy item would be good for her. She could give this item to one of her dolls so the doll could fight using the item. Fan Xiao agreed to give her the item. Baiji, on the other hand, thought that the flaming shackles item might suit her. She explained that she had an item that allowed her to poison her opponents and that the item was called Poison Master. Poison Master casts a random E-rank poison on an opponent. It can be used up to 4 times per day. Except that some poisons didn't work immediately. Therefore, she thought that if she combined Poison Master and Flaming Shackles, the enemy would be immobilized, and then she could safely wait for the poison to take effect. Fan Xiao was even a little surprised to find out how Baiji was going to fight. However, her sister was extremely displeased and angrily called Baiji's name. She grabbed Baiji's cheeks, telling her not to tell anyone about her items next time. Baiji started yelling that she was in pain and that she was still maintaining some caution. The guy then confessed that he actually had another item besides the item that brings bad luck that he needed Baiji's help to test. Baiji became curious as to which item was in question. Shining also wondered if it had something to do with luck, but the guy reassured them by pointing out that his item allows him to control his own blood in battle. However, if he lost too much blood, he would become incredibly weak. Therefore, he needed the girl's healing ability to support him. After listening to him, Baiji agreed to do what he asked. Fan Xiao was still looking at the girl carefully. Since she had appeared beside him today, not a single natural disaster had happened to him so far. Therefore, he decided that if he suddenly managed to have a quiet day today, then girl's luck would indeed be able to neutralize his bad luck. In the end, the guy decided to give them the items Extreme Electroshock Therapy and Flame Shackles, since they had to get used to the new items before they went into the dungeon. The girls were only happy to receive such a gift from him. However, at this moment, there was a rather eerie sound and shaking. Shining got scared, thinking that the bad luck item that the guy had was triggered, but he asked her not to jump to conclusions. In the next instant, the restaurant wall next to their table was destroyed. Fan Xiao was incredibly surprised to see that the moment the wall was destroyed, the injured Wu Yangqing flew into the restaurant. Shining was surprised that the guy knew the girl. The guy tried to run to the girl, informing Shining that the girl was from the Special Affairs Agency. Lifting Wu Yangqing off the floor a bit, the guy tried to ask her what was even going on right now. The girl then admitted that people from the breeding organization attacked her, so the situation was now quite complicated. At this moment, a man appeared and scoffed at how pathetic the Special Affairs Agency's capabilities were. Just after entering the restaurant building, he tried to attack Wu Yangqing and the guy who was holding her. However, at this moment, Fan Xiao tried to attack him first, hitting the man in the stomach with his knee. But the man also had time to react and grabbed Fan Xiao's leg. In an instant, he abruptly threw Fan Xiao into the wall. He even felt bored and noted that he thought someone worthy had gotten in his way, but it actually turned out to be some trash. That man was X, a member of the breeding organization. Fan Xiao was a bit surprised, as he had obtained many more evolution potions than the average player. However, the man in front of him was stronger than him. In the end, he concluded that either the man had the power ability or the man had an item that increased his physical power. Seeing how badly Fan Xiao was injured, Baiji was frightened. However, she immediately used the Flame Shackles item. She managed to bind the man with the item, but the man was only amused by her attempt to tie him up. He screamed throughout the restaurant, trying to tear the rope. At the same moment, the rope started to break little by little, so Baiji realized that things were not good for them. But her sister wouldn't let her get hurt, so stepping forward, she declared that she would deal with him. Baiji then decided to put the Flaming Shackles item back into her inventory. Taking one of the dolls off her belt, Girl used Metal Puppet. The man was surprised that they decided to use the puppet against him. However, following that, an extreme electroshock therapy item appeared in Metal Puppet's hands. The man managed to dodge the blow of the puppet at the last moment. But at that moment, the puppet had already appeared behind him. Puppet struck him several times with the extreme electroshock therapy item. The man finally realized that the item Cheng Xiao had was being used against him. But Xining wasn't going to give him a chance to think it over, so again and again, the doll dealt several blows to the man. After that, the man fell to the floor and never got up again. So Xining returned the doll back to its original state. But at that moment, a terrifying aura began to form around them. Realizing that something strange was happening, the guy tried to reach them to make them escape. But it was too late. They were being pulled into some strange portal. After a while, they were teleported to some deserted island. Fan Xiao, Baiji, Xining, and Wu Yangqing all appeared together at one point. Examining the area around them, the guy noticed the grass, the forest, the salty smell in the air, as well as the warm and humid wind. Xining, like everyone else, was wondering if they had moved somewhere and what had even happened to them. But the guy noticed that everything around them wasn't just an illusion. He finally decided that he needed to turn off the luck accumulation effect now. So what was happening now was beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, he grabbed Baiji and Xining's hands, much to the girl's surprise. He of course apologized to them immediately, noting that it was an accident. Finally, he decided to ask Wu Yangqing about the situation they were in. He wanted to know if they had been transported to this place by an item belonging to the Special Affairs Agency, or if they had been transported to this place by breeding. But Wu Yangqing suddenly said that he would get all the explanations later. After all, the most important thing for them right now was to eliminate the common enemy. She pointed at the two groups of people in front of them. D-ranked player Liu Xiong led one group of players, and D-ranked player Du Ruo led the other group of players. Fan Xiao was surprised that Du Ruo had gotten to this island with them. Looking at the man who was standing in front of Du Ruo, Fan Xiao thought that he was most likely the boss that Dr. Cheng was talking about. Fan Xiao noticed that the man seemed to have a special defense item as well as an item for long-range attacks. In addition, the man was a D-ranked player. This was the information he had after questioning the psychologist. Liu Xiong admitted with a smug smile that he didn't think that the government had already formed its own team of players. He even stated with a hint of chagrin that it seemed like they had fallen into a trap this time. However, they were now in an unfamiliar environment. After looking over the government players, Liu Xiong found that they were in a confused state, which meant that carrying everyone to this island was not their plans. At this moment, Du Ruo finally saw Fan Xiao appear beside them. He was completely shocked that the main loser was once again in a strange environment. Liu Xiong asked if they would like to discuss the situation before starting the battle. Du Ruo exhaled tiredly at this moment, realizing that they actually had a better chance of defeating the breeding members with the appearance of Fan Xiao. After that, Du Ruo's gaze became serious, and he ordered his subordinates to rush into the attack. At the same instant, the subordinate behind him used the Chopstick of Wrath item. A multitude of toothpicks filled with energy rushed towards the breeding group. However, when the toothpicks approached Liu Xiong, he immediately activated the Dustless Shield item. The space in front of him shone with golden light, preventing the enemy toothpicks from entering. The government player realized that they could easily block his attack. Liu Xiong said with a smirk that it looked like the negotiation of the current situation had failed. Du Ruo, on the other hand, continued to be serious and used the arrow of light item. Threading a golden arrow on his golden bow, he was about to continue the battle with the criminals. As soon as his arrow hit the shield instantly began to crack, much to Liu Xiong's surprise. However, he took a step to the side, and the arrow fired by Du Ruo from the bow flew past him. The arrow hit his subordinate, causing him to glow brightly and fall to the ground, groaning in pain. Liu Xiong realized that the jokes were over and moved on to his second item. Du Ruo also realized that the situation could change significantly now. The enraged Liu Xiong used a long-range attack item, the Crimson Staff. Du Ruo instantly realized that they needed to separate in different directions so that the criminals wouldn't get rid of them all at once in one blow. They tried to dodge Liu Xiong's long-range attack, but despite their reactions, several agents were still caught in the range of the resulting explosion. Du Ruo managed to react in time, so he landed safely, completely unhurt. He then drew his sword shrouded in a dark aura and rushed into battle. Liu Xiong once again used Crimson Staff, this time using the flames of the venomous serpent attack. However, Du Ruo easily dodged all the serpents released towards him. Liu Xiong then decided to choose another Crimson Staff attack, Orb of Blazing Hell. This time, Du Ruo simply chopped his Orb of Blazing Hell attack in half. Liu Xiong realized that Du Ruo was faster than him, and in addition, Du Ruo's attacks penetrated the shield that Liu Xiong was using. Therefore, if things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before Liu Xiong was defeated. Angry, he declared that his opponent had forced him to use dirty methods. All his confidence was instantly shattered by reality, and even a short while ago, he was still talking about some kind of negotiation. He was a criminal, and he's still a criminal. When will Fan Xiao intervene in this battle? Du Ruo had no intention of stopping and rushed forward towards his opponents. Liu Xiong told Jujai to detain the man. Jujai then shouted for the man to look at him and then activated the skill Social King Syndrome. As soon as Du Ruo looked at Jujai, he immediately felt the effect of the ability on him. He noticed that his body was no longer obeying, so he immediately realized that he was under the effect of the control ability. Du Ruo looked directly at Jujai, which made Jujai a little scared. At the same time, Liu Xiong decided that as long as Du Ruo was under the influence of the control skill, then he should think of how to proceed. He thought that it was likely that the squad leader from the Special Affairs Agency must have had some sort of protective item. After all, only if the man had a protective item, then that would explain how he was able to withstand the fire and heat. After that, he glanced towards Fan Xiao, Baiji, Xining, and Wu Yangqing, thinking that he was ordinary people who were just passing by, but the portal that appeared pulled in and transported them along with everyone else. A sinister smirk appeared on his face as he decided to seize the opportunity. Liu Xiong decided that he would kill 2 of them and take the rest as hostages. But at this moment, Du Ruo's sword caught up with Zhu Ji, who couldn't hold him back because Du Ruo was too fast. As a result, Liu Xiong and the second man rushed towards Fan Xiao, Baiji, Xining, and Wu Yangqing. Fan Xiao could no longer forgive them for such insolence, so he decided to use the anemia earring item. At the same instant, monsters started jumping out of the bushes as if they were in some dungeon. Everyone present was surprised by the sudden appearance of the monsters. Baiji also recognized them, for they were the same monsters from their first dungeon. But her sister corrected her, pointing out that they weren't monsters, but humans who couldn't evolve. About to use her 2 dolls against the monsters, Xining told her sister to stay close to her. After that, she used one of the dolls and the teddy bear in a pink dress increased in size. After assessing the situation, Du Ruo told his subordinates to deal with the monsters first. He came to this conclusion because there were too many monsters, and if they didn't get rid of the monsters now, the monsters would surround them pretty soon. Du Ruo tactfully shifted the responsibility of dealing with the remaining members of the breeding organization to Fan Xiao. The guy was already in front of the 2 surviving members of the breeding organization. He wondered why they were suddenly frozen in place. Fan Xiao was well aware that he had surrendered Dr. Chen to the Special Affairs Agency. which meant that if he let even one member of the breeding organization leave alive, they would surely harm his family. Therefore, he wasn't going to delay with them and decided that it was the right time for all these bandits to die here. The subordinate with ears managed to catch on to the fact that the guy would appear behind the boss and signaled to the boss. Liu Xiong turned immediately in his direction. He admitted that he didn't expect the guy to be a player, but nevertheless, he immediately realized that the guy was just an E-rank player. Liu Xiong realized that the guy was quite fast, but in close quarters, he had an advantage. Fan Xiao did not deny the obvious and admitted that he was an E-rank player, also stating that a D-rank player was standing in front of him. At the same instant, Fan Qiki appeared, continuing the guy's phrase by stating that he was already dead. At this moment, she even laughed sinisterly. Liu Xiong and his subordinate tried to make one last attack against the guy. However, although his subordinate managed to catch a glimpse of the impending threat, they could do nothing against Fan Qiki. In the same instant, the guy told them to explode, and as a tough guy himself, he didn't look at the explosion at this time. Xining exhaled tiredly, noting that the guy was indeed an oddball. But still, she felt that as a teammate, he continued to show his strengths. The people from the Special Affairs Agency were shocked by the guy's actions, but at the same time interested, trying to figure out who he was. Du Ruo convinced the subordinates that the guy was on their side and that they should focus all their attention on the monsters. The monsters were still lingering, so Du Ruo's tactics paid off, because the monsters would really surround them if they didn't turn their attention to the monsters. His subordinates used their items one after another. Xining continued to attack the monsters, using the extreme electroshock therapy item against them. Baiji also used her new item, Flame Shackles. Xining managed to defeat the monster. Baiji, on the other hand, successfully restrained the monster using the Flame Shackle item and poisoned the monster, but the guy advised her to let him deal with the monsters and not to use her poison yet. After that, he appeared right in front of the 4 monsters, who immediately turned their attention to him. The guy took out a blade that he made with the anemia earring item. He then walked through the monsters, striking each one with his blade, and then blowing them up. All that was left of the monsters were the dirty stains on the ground that proved that the monsters were here at all. After destroying the monsters, the guy stopped. Du Ruo couldn't hide his surprise. He could no longer tell if it was true that Fan Xiao was only an E-rank player. At this moment, Fan Qiki placed her hand on his shoulder with a sinister laugh. She stated that if one counted everyone, they had dealt with more than 10 monsters. Fan Qiki remarked how nice the guy was, and that she liked him so much. However, at this moment, a smile reappeared on her face, and her face turned a little red, and then she admitted that she hadn't played around enough yet. She stated that she really wanted to play with the 2 beautiful sisters. But in response to her request, the guy gave her an emphatic no. He reminded her that there were 30 seconds of the ability left, so he told her to get him in the air to scout the area. Fan Qiki was extremely dissatisfied with his behavior. She took him under her armpits and then flew upwards. Looking around, the guy admitted that he never thought that there would be so many buildings in the center of the island. Plus, noticing the amount of farmland, he thought that people actually lived here. After that, he ordered Fan Qiki to fly around the city in a circle. Fan Qiki, who was slightly out of breath, agreed to fulfill his request. The guy was shocked at what he saw in the next moment. There were monsters all over the island, but the human settlement were doing just fine. This whole situation seemed incredibly strange to him. As soon as he returned back to the ground, his sisters immediately ran up to him. Xining couldn't wait to find out what he had learned by flying upwards. She wanted to know if they were really on the island. Fan Xiao confirmed her guess that they were indeed on the island, and then admitted that the island was quite large and that there was a city located in the center of the island. Therefore, the guy concluded that there was definitely someone living on this island. However, he also confessed his concerns regarding the strangeness as well. He explained that there are monsters everywhere outside the city. The girls were surprised that there were monsters everywhere on the island. Xining understood his concerns. After all, people who lived on an island full of monsters, it didn't seem like something normal. She was well aware that Fan Xiao was certainly strong, and that even a huge monster like a sea monster, Fan Xiao could destroy with a single blow, but still even Fan Xiao's abilities had limitations in her opinion, so if they met a crowd of monsters again, it would be hard for them to deal with them. In the end, she argued that they should go to the town. After all, if the city was still intact, then the locals knew how to defend themselves, and the city should be safe. Fan Xiao was in agreement with her initiative. However, turning around and looking at the Special Affairs Agency people, he informed the girls that it looked like they would have to cooperate with them. The guy stated that the Special Affairs Agency people seemed to have some understanding of what was going on. Seeing a slightly scared Baiji, the guy turned to her. He asked her not to be afraid, since while he was flying, he had destroyed all the monsters in the vicinity. So if they don't make any noise, the other monsters won't come running. So he announced that the girl could be at ease. Hearing such reassuring words from the guy, the girl thanked him. At this moment, Baiji remembered that they hadn't yet paid him for the 2 items he gave them. Therefore, she wanted to know how much he wanted for the 2 items. Fan Xiao announced that he didn't need any money, but in return, he asked that Baiji stay by his side and help him as much as needed. Baiji was shocked, not realizing if she could really pay for the item with that. All glowing like a hero lover, Fan Xiao declared that everything was like that and that she should believe in herself. In reality, Fan Xiao was still not exactly sure if their current problems were caused by his bad luck. But he also still didn't know if the girl's luck was capable of compensating for his bad luck. Besides, in the dungeons, the girl was essential to him as a healer. Using the anemia earring required some form of support, which he especially needed during Fan Chiki's cooldown. He looked at the girl in front of him with a smile, as she had the skill to support as well as the passive skill luck, so he considered the girl to be incredibly valuable to him. After that, he confessed that he wanted the girl to be by his side not only in the dungeons. He required the girl to remain by his side even after leaving the dungeon. He couldn't say a specific time period, as everything depended on the circumstances. Furthermore, he announced that he wasn't going to take advantage of such a position just like this, and that it wasn't just an item sale, and that he would actually calculate the payment for the girl's endeavors on the basis of the work, depending on the duration of the work. Xining had no objection to such an offer from the guy, if her sister had no objection either. She then looked at her sister and wondered if she agreed to the guy's offer. Xining so easily sold her sister for items, completely forgetting about her sister's education. In the end, the girl had no choice but to agree to the guy's proposal. Realizing that they had a deal, the guy decided that it was time to divide the trophies. The first item was a D-rank dustless shield item. According to legend, one magician suffered from a severe form of mysophobia. If he didn't wash himself 10 times a day, he felt terrible. But that took up too much of his time. To save his energy for something more important, he created magic that repelled any dirt and attached it to a necklace. The item note stated that the necklace could create a repulsive barrier around the body. When dispersed, covering the entire body, it has a repulsive force capable of blocking sniper bullets. When compressed to form a shield, it has a repulsive force capable of blocking artillery shells. The item's second note stated that the owner of the dustless shield could freely choose what the item would repel. Xining was delighted, thinking that it was a very good defense-type item. After that, the guy showed them another item, shape-shifting clothes. He said that he had obtained a new item from a player from the breeding organization that was capable of replacing the item. Looking at the item, Baiji felt that it would be suitable for both her and her sister. But unfortunately, she didn't have the money right now. However, the clever Xining called her stupid. She pointed out to her that she was a real catch for the guy right now, and that her sister could take the item for future payment. However, at this point, the system congratulated the puppet player for obtaining the shape-shifting clothes item. Furthermore, the system reported that it had discovered that the shape-shifting clothes item and absolute territory item were compatible, and that the 2 items could be combined for 3,000 in-game coins. Fan Xiao was surprised that items with compatibility could be combined if one paid with in-game coins. He was pleased with this information, as there was finally a useful use for in-game currency other than shopping on the train. An overjoyed Baiji stated that her sister could pick up the shape-shifting clothes item since she had a compatible item. But her sister sadly noted that she had no in-game coins. Then Baiji announced that she would cover the cost of the item from her future salary, and that her sister could pay her back later. In addition, she did not hide her interest that she would like to know what would happen after the items were combined. Reluctantly, Xining agreed with her sister's words. When the system asked her to confirm the merging of the 2 items, Xining chose the confirm option. Xining was surprised as in the same instant she glowed as if she was in a fairy tale. A moment later, Xining was already wearing a dress as if she was some kind of princess. It was as if the new item reflected the girl's true nature and passions. After the two items merged, did the new item become significantly stronger? Also, what was this strange island they had so suddenly found themselves on? Xining happily noticed that the merging of the shape-shifting clothes and absolute territory items had been completed and that the item's level had risen to D rank. Fan Xiao wondered if any changes had appeared in the item. Blushing slightly, the girl noted that the item fusion was based on her skirt, so the transformation ability had increased and was now evolving in two directions. In the first direction, it was possible to turn more dolls into jewelry and hang them on her skirt. Blushing even more, she noted that in the second direction, an item could take any shape that the owner of the item liked. In confidence, Baiji confessed that her sister loves cute things. In addition, her sister likes to dress up her dolls in cute clothes, as well as wear one herself. The guy was a little surprised at the information he received about the girl, except that Xining was extremely displeased with her sister's behavior. All red, she walked up to her sister and grabbed her cheek with her hand, declaring that she was too loose. However, the guy didn't care about the girl's preference. He inquired if anything other than her transformation ability had changed, such as if her defense had gotten better. But the girl dismissed his assumptions. She explained that the durability of her clothes was slightly higher than normal clothes. But if her clothes were torn, the clothes would recover automatically. So she summarized that overall, merging items was just more convenient than taking up two slots for two separate items. At this moment, Du Ruo finally decided that it was time to talk to them. He apologized for keeping them waiting, as it took some time to check the injuries of his comrades. After that, Du Ruo said hello to the girls, informing them that he was from the Special Affairs Agency. He was about to continue his speech, but Fan Xiao decided to stop him, saying that they already knew about Special Affairs Agency. The guy explained that Du Ruo was his friend and that he could be trusted. After that, the sisters took turns saying their names. Suddenly, Baiji noticed something unpleasant that caught her attention. She approached Wu Yangqing, inquiring about her injury. Before Wu Yangqing could answer her, the girl began to heal her. In the same instant, Wu Yangqing felt a pleasant sensation. Then Baiji did not hesitate to confess that her talent was healing. After hearing about her talent, the other agents from the Special Affairs Agency began to ask the girl to heal them. Baiji happily agreed to their request, saying that she would heal them one by one. Du Ruo, on the other hand, stood by the guy's side, noting that the talent for healing was extremely rare. Perfectly recognizing the situation, Fan Xiao inquired if there was anything he wanted to ask him. Du Ruo didn't deny the obvious, and immediately asked what the guy saw when he went up in the air. But Fan Xiao was not a simpleton, so he said that he would tell this information, but in exchange he also wanted information. Du Ruo understood perfectly well that the guy wanted to ask him why they were in this place in such a strange way. He stated that it was not some secret, so he would tell the guy everything he knew. So Du Ruo agreed to the exchange of information. Fan Xiao was happy that they had agreed on a deal. However, he said that they needed to get out of here first, as this place was not safe, and it was not a place to talk. He admitted that while he was in the air, he had mapped out a rough route, the path where there were the least monsters. Therefore, he suggested that they go on the route right now. As they walked towards the safe place, Du Ruo brought him up to speed. After hearing him say that the island was a dungeon, Fan Xiao wanted to get an answer from him as to what exactly he meant by that. Du Ruo explained that it was still classified information. According to him, a spatial distortion could suddenly appear in some places on Earth, drawing in people who happened to be near the spatial distortion. Briefly, this was what the current situation looked like. This had happened 5 times before in the country, and only twice had people managed to come back alive. The Special Affairs Agency currently called such abnormal, unpredictable situations where people were pulled into another dimension, accidental dungeon. Xining and Baiji were shocked by this information. Even Wu Yangqing had not heard that such a thing existed before and was greatly surprised. Fan Xiao, on the other hand, when he heard about the random dungeon, the first thing he asked Du Ruo was how to get back. However, Du Ruo explained that during the dungeon, the space is closed off. But once the player passes the dungeon, the time portal that pulled them here opens again. So this is their chance to return back to their world. But there were some problems, because all of this only works great if the player has a ticket to this dungeon. Because then the player can use the train and leave this place safely. Hearing the information about the ticket, the guy was very surprised. In addition, Fan Xiao rightly pointed out that they didn't even have an assignment, so how could they go through the dungeon? Duruo explained that they needed to activate the quest themselves. Since they were randomly pulled into this dungeon and they didn't use a ticket, their location in the dungeon is also random. To activate a dungeon task, they need to get to a specific location, usually a fixed point within the dungeon. Therefore, after weighing all the available information, Duruo came to the conclusion that the place where they would most likely get the task was in the center of the island, that is, in that human city. Xining wondered if they would run into other players in the dungeon. Duruo agreed with her assumption, noting that it was possible if there was no limit to the number of players in the dungeon. Duruo asked what Fan Xiao was looking at. Fan Xiao admitted that he had gotten a ticket. Since it was an island, he remembered that he had a ticket for an island dungeon, so he thought that it was probably this particular dungeon. Duruo couldn't believe that there could be such a strange coincidence, so the first thing he did was to try to find out what dungeon and station on the ticket was. Fan Xiao revealed that the E-ranked dungeon on his ticket was Qingyi Memory Corridor, Island of Sacrifice. Duruo's face was covered in cold sweat when he realized that it was most likely Qingyi Memory Corridor, Island of Sacrifice. He admitted that the last dungeon he was in was a D-rank dungeon, and it started at Qingyi Memory Station as well. After passing the dungeon, he decided to look around the outside of the world and found that he didn't like what he found as everything around him was in a sad state. Fan Xiao tried to find out if this had anything to do with what Duruo had previously told him. Duruo had previously told him about the destruction of order and the degradation of civilization. He also said that high-level players had taken over territories, making it harder for the common people of the world to survive. Duruo confirmed his words. He also hoped that the ticket that the guy had would indeed be suitable for this dungeon. Since Island of Sacrifice was an E-rank dungeon, which meant the difficulty shouldn't be high. Therefore, he felt that if they could combine their strength, there shouldn't be any problems in passing the dungeon. Fan Xiao stated that they could only hope that it would be as he said. However, Fan Xiao felt that an E-rank dungeon did not always mean that it would be relatively safe to pass the dungeon. He remembered that the qualifying dungeon, where he and the sisters were, in that dungeon the final boss was impossible for newcomers to defeat. Therefore, he felt that there were high-level threats in low-level dungeons. It was just that the difficulty of the missions was low, and players didn't have to face them. As they continued walking into the city, Fan Xiao tried to ask Duruo why. When they were catching players from the breeding organization, they were fighting during the daytime at the mall. The guy felt that such an activity was too risky. Duruo sighed heavily, explaining that they were acting secretly and had a solid plan to capture the players from the breeding organization. He regretted that they had underestimated the variety of game items available to the players from the breeding organization. Duruo shared that one of the players had an item that allowed them to anticipate danger. In addition, he speculated that this item also showed the number of players nearby. As a result, their secret plan failed. The enemy learned of the danger and the players fled to the mall. In order to prevent the players from hiding in the dungeon, they had to start a fight with them, since the tickets couldn't be used during the fight. After listening to him, the guy turned to Baiji. The girl had previously used her healing talent to heal agents, so he was curious about her well-being. Baiji confessed that she seemed to have spent half of her energy on the healing talent. After assessing her current condition, the guy told her not to use any more skills and to stay close to him. He came closer to her and grabbed her by the shoulders like in a shoujo manga, and informed her that she was now his hired valuable employee, so she shouldn't waste her abilities on everyone else, but work only for him. The girl's face turned red, but she informed him that she understood his words. After that, they continued on their way. After 2 hours, the whole group finally managed to be on the outskirts of the city. Just by looking at the way things looked around him, the guy became more focused. Old, dilapidated walls that were already many years old. He was well aware that such walls wouldn't be able to withstand monster attacks. But there was no sign of monsters around the city. Moreover, it seemed to him that this place had been peaceful and quiet for many years. This whole situation seemed incredibly strange to him. At that moment, it was as if a siren had sounded as the system reported that the Island of Sacrifice dungeon had been activated. All the people present were greatly surprised by this sudden turn of events. According to the system description, Loki Island is a place with a high level of well-being and happiness among the inhabitants. Pleasant climate, abundance of the world's most delicious black carp, friendly locals, almost complete absence of social inequality, an ideal place for resettlement. But all good things come to an end sooner or later. Without the slightest warning, monsters appeared on the island, and the prosperous place was plunged into chaos overnight. The islanders panicked and fled. At that moment, the god of the island appeared. He accepted sacrificial crystals from the remaining inhabitants, banished the monsters from the city, and thus restored order. Under the protection of the island god, life on the island returned to normal. Sacrificial rituals became more frequent. After a while, the islanders forgot the original name of the island. The island was now known only as Sacrifice Island. The system also gave hints regarding this dungeon. Before darkness falls, players must choose a house to sleep in. Each islander's house can accommodate no more than 3 guests. Players are forbidden to attack the islanders. Breaking the rules will result in severe punishment from the island's god. After that, the system finally informed the dungeon task. The first one is to live on the island for 3 days. The second was to reveal the whole truth about the island. To pass the dungeon, it was enough to fulfill one of the conditions. Thinking that they had actually gotten to the island of sacrifice, Du Ruo looked at Fan Xiao. But Fan Xiao asked him not to look at him like that, as it was all just a coincidence. Xining instantly realized that since they were in a dungeon where one of the conditions was to survive, then the danger level in this dungeon was definitely not low. Baiji, on the other hand, wondered about the god of the island. It amazed her that there could really be gods in this world. Xining felt that they should not rule out such an option, but she also mentioned that it was also possible that it could be something like the situation with the evil spirit in that dungeon that Fan Xiao had told them about. Du Ruo poked the guy with his elbow, noting that he had shared the information about the dungeon with them so easily. He even noted that perhaps they have a special relationship and she is his girlfriend. However, Fan Xiao advised him not to be such a nosy gossip, noting that they were actually just teammates. Du Ruo, still with the same smile, informed him that he understood him. All that was missing was that he winked at him at this point, trying to further convince the guy that he believed his words. Baiji was worried about the island god, for the main threat came from the island god. She wondered what kind of punishment the island god was using. Her sister agreed with her, because according to the clues, that's how it was. However, she thought that if they didn't break the rules, then the island god wouldn't touch them. Therefore, she assumed that the real threat of this dungeon came from somewhere else. Du Ruo agreed with what she said, noting that the island god was only a potential opponent. Moreover, the island god might not even be their enemy, but their ally. Nevertheless, he felt that there was no way they could relax. They should always be on guard and pay attention to anything unusual. At this moment, Fan Xiao informed the others that the sun hadn't set yet, so they had time to find a place to sleep. Therefore, he suggested that the group split up. Du Ruo continued to tease him, noticing the guy's tendency to be alone in the dungeons. He even wondered if the guy had set up another trap. Fan Xiao rightly pointed out that they all know each other, so why would he be fooling anyone? He even pointed out that Du Ruo should check with a doctor since he was already paranoid. Plus, the guy said that if they split up, they could gather information faster. He reported that the current time was 1:30 in the afternoon and that he had previously used an improvised method to measure the island's latitude and longitude. By earthly standards, sunset should be somewhere around 8 o'clock in the evening. So he recommended that everyone gather together at this location at 7:30 in the evening to exchange information. In addition, he also pointed out that they were not on Earth, so if it started to get dark earlier, it would be necessary to move the meeting early. Fan Xiao was fine with his suggestion. Du Ruo was glad that they had found common ground. Where will a walk on the island of sacrifice lead travelers, and what difficulties will meet them on this island? Fan Xiao eventually went to explore the city in a group with Xining and Baiji. Baiji's face turned incredibly red when she tried to question whether the three of them would be spending the night together. Her sister assured her that they were. After all, the first two items in the prompts were obviously meant to separate the players. Therefore, Xining believed that danger was most likely to come at night. She reasonably believed that they needed to stick together to survive. A slightly shy Baiji stated that she didn't mean that at all. Her face grew redder and redder as she stated that she just wanted to ask who she should sleep next to. After all, Fan Xiao had now hired her for a job, and he said that she should be by his side all the time. So she was trying to find out if she needed to be by his side at night. Even Fan Xiao was shocked when he heard such words from the girl. Turning around to them, he clarified that even though he had said that she needed to be by his side, he didn't mean that close. Fan Xiao admitted that in this dungeon he needed the girl's healing talent. Since her talent couldn't be used indefinitely, it wasn't necessary for her to always be by his side. The guy explained that because of the energy expenditure, the girl would most likely feel weak. That's why he wanted her to be near him, so that he could protect her in case of an emergency. At night, however, he wanted her to simply not stray too far from him. Her sister began to tease her, noting that she no longer understood whether Baiji was so naive or just in love. After such words from her sister, Baiji blushed even more from embarrassment. However, the guy managed to defuse the awkward situation. He informed her that he needed to create a blood weapon just in case. Therefore, he asked the girl to help him with his healing. Thanks to his words, Baiji came out of his stupor and awkwardness. After that, Fan Xiao used the anemia earring. Around his right hand, a scarlet flame seemed to glow. He requested that the girl use her healing talent on him. In the same instant, a bloody dagger appeared in his hand. But the result didn't satisfy the guy much, so he wanted to continue experimenting further. After a few attempts, Baiji crouched down on the grass. She admitted that she felt her mental strength was at its limit. The guy thanked her for her help, advising her to rest today. He believed she would be able to recover by morning. There was a look of delight on his face as the blood weapon created with the anemia earring was already stronger than ordinary materials. Aside from the need for the user to be conscious, it had no disadvantages. For him, with his current rate of evolution, not sleeping for 2 to 3 days was not a problem. He even considered that perhaps such a thing would be good for him. After a little rest, they headed out to find a place to stay for the night. Xining asked where her sister would like to stay tonight. At that moment, Baiji pointed to one of the houses. After that, they walked closer to the house, and Fan Xiao knocked on the door. After a moment, the door of the house opened, and a little girl looked out from behind the door. Looking at the arriving Fan Xiao, Baiji, and Xining, she stared at them intently. After that, she suddenly said that they were not accepting guests and let them look for another place. Xining was greatly surprised. She couldn't believe that her sister's luck could have failed. Usually her sister's choices always resulted in a perfect match. Therefore, she couldn't understand what had just happened. However, a man appeared next and stated that she was rude. The man greeted the guests with a smile, stating that they could proceed into the house. He noticed that they were all unfamiliar to him, so he inquired if they were newcomers to the town. The man explained that travelers had come to their town before, but they behaved abominably, so he asked that they not be offended by his daughter's behavior. After all, the fact was that she had had some very unpleasant encounters with travelers, and now she didn't trust strangers. The father, for the umpteenth time, pointed out that his daughter had not personally turned against them. He reminded his daughter that hospitality was the will of God. Therefore, he told Xiao Yi to go to her room so that she would not cause trouble. Xiao Yi was startled and frightened when she heard his words. After that, she ran to her room crying. The man apologized to the guests for having to see something like this. Fan Xiao said understandingly that he understood everything as there were different people among strangers. Smiling, he told the man not to worry about anything, as they were good people and easy to get along with. Baiji and Xining looked at such a performance with some bewilderment, as if he was a naive fool. However, Fan Xiao actually knew very well that the players who came to the dungeons were usually distrustful. In addition, the players' goals were not always honorable, and they would not hesitate to do anything to fulfill a quest. Therefore, he thought it was normal that they didn't trust strangers. However, he felt that NPCs, like the man in front of him, were also not to be trusted. The man noted that they looked rather peaceful. Therefore, he inquired if they had come to his place just to spend the night. Fan Xiao assured him that that was the case. He explained that they would only be staying for 3 nights. So he asked if they would inconvenience the man and his family by being guests. The man assured him that there would be no problem, as hospitality is part of God's covenant. Therefore, it has already become a tradition on their island. After a while, Fan Xiao, Baiji, and Xining were sitting at the table, and Fan Xiao was enjoying a cup of hot tea. Xining was surprised at how brave the guy was, that he had just entered the house and was already drinking unknown things. The man shared that the tea they were drinking was their island delicacy, and that many travelers who came to their town liked the tea. Fan Xiao was surprised, deciding to find out if they grow the tea themselves. He was curious to know how they did it, since there were monsters outside the city. The guy continued to press on, asking the man where they had tea trees growing. The man calmly explained that they grew them in the north. There was a whole plain in the north where they grow many other crops besides tea trees. According to him, all of the islanders' food was grown there. With regret in his voice, he admitted that because of the monsters, they had no way to fish near the shore. The man was glad that the god was protecting them and allowing them to farm. Baiji rightly asked the man that since there were so many monsters on the island, why the man would not leave the island with his family. The man calmly exhaled, informing them that as long as they had a god, they were not afraid of monsters. In addition, the man explained that maybe they didn't know, but things were much worse outside the island. The outside world was in total chaos, where one could die at any moment. Meanwhile, they have peace and tranquility on the island. He confessed that they were happy with what they had and that none of the islanders wanted to leave here. At this point, Baiji, without thinking, asked the man if God really existed and if the man had seen God. The man's face changed instantly, showing that the question was not worth asking. He jumped up from the table and started yelling at the girl. The man strongly disliked the girl's question. He proudly and grudgingly declared that God is always with them and always protects them. The man was extremely infuriated that the girl questioned the god of their island. Fan Xiao had to intervene in the conversation. He apologized for the girl's behavior, informing that she was just curious. Therefore, he asked that the man not take offense, as they didn't mean to offend him. After his words, the man sat back in his chair, though he was still not satisfied. He told them to remember to honor God on the island. Any person who disrespects God will suffer God's punishment. The guy said with a smile that he would definitely remember his instruction. Now he felt that since the man had given them lodging for the night, it was a good idea for them to get acquainted first. Extending his hand, Fan Xiao announced that his name was Fan Er. Baiji introduced herself as Gigi. Xining introduced herself as Puppet. The man thought the strangers' names were still as strange as ever. In response to the guy's outstretched hand, the man also extended his hand. After shaking the guy's hand, the man revealed that his name was Li Wendong. The guy then continued his questioning, inquiring whether Li Wendong often welcomed strangers into his home. The man admitted that with a certain periodicity, any of the travelers appear at the door of his house. Having finished with the trivial questions, Fan Xiao turned to the necessary ones. He inquired if many strangers die on this island. From his question, Li Wendong's face once again abruptly changed to a menacing one, and then he informed him that the outsiders had themselves to blame. He believed that if all outsiders followed the god's rules, none of them would be in any danger. However, contrary to the god's rules, the outsiders kept doing something forbidden and disrespecting the god. So the man told the 3 of them that they had better behave themselves. If they broke the god's rules, he would not be able to help them. After listening to his instructions, the guy was curious about what exactly the god's rules were, since they only knew about sleeping overnight. Li Wendong was surprised that they didn't know the god's rules. However, he reported that the god's rules were quite simple. First, before nightfall, they had to find a house where they could spend the night. Second, no more than 3 guests could stay in one house. Third, one could not attack the inhabitants of the island. Fourth and last rule, at 10 o'clock in the evening, it is mandatory to come to the central temple, worship the god, and pray for a peaceful night. Strangers need to follow these 4 rules, and then they will be fine. Looking at Xining, the guy thought about the fact that Li Wendong had named 4 rules, even though there were only 3 rules in the game description. The 4th rule, however, suddenly appeared when talking to the island's resident. Watching Fan Xiao, Xining pondered that there were never any omissions in the game description. A bold statement considering she had only been in one qualifying game before, and also Fan Xiao had given her a report on her second game. As a result, both of them began to think that either Li Wendong was intentionally lying to them, or this part with the 4th rule was a part of the dungeon challenge that one would only find out by talking to the island's NPCs. They were both curious to know which of these options was correct. Meanwhile, Fan Xiao had already inquired if there were any strangers with unusual abilities among the strangers who had entered the island. Li Wendong immediately understood what he meant, asking if he was talking about the players. The man admitted that there were such people among the outsiders, players. They said it was a dungeon, and that they had come here to go through it. They even called the god the boss of the dungeon. However, angrily exhaling, Li Wendong declared that they were just idiots. Glaring menacingly at the 3 of them, the man wondered if they were the same kind of idiots, players. At this moment, there was an awkward silence in the room. After a moment, slightly covering his mouth with his hand, Fan Xiao stated that of course they were not like that. Shivering slightly, as if he was recounting the most terrifying and frightening event in his life, the guy said that they were suddenly transported to an island, and here they met people with special abilities. Fan Xiao shared that these people threatened them, saying that they would capture his 2 sisters and mistreat them. But luckily someone helped them escape. He was surprised because he was only now learning that players were people with special abilities. The guy even stated that calling themselves players was kind of weird. Baiji and Xining looked awkwardly at the table, unable to react in any way to his semblance of acting. Is there a mistake in this assignment, or are the islanders not as kind as they may seem at first glance? And that's all for today. Thank you very much for watching the video. If you would like to see a sequel, please like, subscribe to the channel, and leave your wishes in the comments. You can also subscribe to Telegram to know about new videos. Bye everybody.